Hello, good morning. I'm late. Hello, how are you? Good morning. Welcome on the rocks. I'm a little late, but we're watching the Florida mom who buried her husband in the backyard trial.
Yeah. Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking.
Messed up. Where are you from? How are you
Ms. Johnson, on behalf of the minor child, she's aware, the state was aware that the child had a
doing? I know, she's out on bond.
And
Can you
the
believe it?
concept was, and the understanding
On
is
$50,000
that
bond.
somebody's representing the child, and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary.
First she said her daughter did it. Now she's saying
Johnson
her
is a representative that
ex-boyfriend did it.
It's on the record that there was a deposition of her
what they did.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
We have one other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media.
Oh, Idaho. Oh,
monitoring
man.
social
You're about to
media.
have the biggest
And
ever. Well, besides the David
those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski,
happened.
Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now,
I can't
and
remember that
Rebecca
one.
Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking
I'm on
at
the
and
fence
commenting on it on
on
social
that case.
media yesterday. Long after
And I know that the thought up there is you did it.
If I need to approach the court, show the court screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
I need to see all the evidence for Koberger. That's pretty wild.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I think they're going to move it to Boise.
She's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday.
Okay, everyone has an idea concerning your time, attention, and... Yes, sir.
I'm forward into the first.
Say your name for the record.
My name.
Truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right.
Morning, can you please introduce yourself to the
I have
jury?
more people popping in
morning.
here. I'm
I
late.
am Robert
I tried to
Seha.
get up. And
I am the
couldn't do
owner
it.
and operator
I
of the
apologize.
equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys are all talking about with this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
I'm glad you made it to the chat.
Through that, did you meet Laurie Shavers?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, Did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No,
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operations started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months, construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the.
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who is that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink 38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember the when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. I'm going to go ahead and just pass a pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there.
If you see yesterday, they brought out the entire humor.
Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors match and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, at some point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved State's Exhibit R into evidence at State's 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as states number 26.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seahas. How are you?
Seha.
Pardon me?
Seha.
Seahas, okay. Excuse me. When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shaver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated,
Relevance.
we have the.
Sidebar, please hold on, sir.
He is not helping her at all.
Sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not.
So you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
Hey, Brandy.
One
Good
moment,
morning.
please,
I'm
Yes,
late
sir.
too, honey. Don't worry. I told my boyfriend to wake me up at 6. He woke
No
me up
further
at
questions. Thank you.
7:45.
State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything.
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And you actually don't even know who this person is.
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs, may the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
So
The
this
next
is
witness, please.
just a neighbor that bought a fishing pole from her. He bought a pink fishing pole from her at 38, actually.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JD Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shavers?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner. And once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And the how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15. There was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60 and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, police court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bryant? Was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair?
I don't remember his hair color. I just
Oh my
remember
goodness,
a taller,
you gotta
in shape
feel.
man with her.
Kind of thin?
hmm
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah, taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement
Okay.
found out about them.
So you had sold them,
Yes, sir.
okay, when law enforcement
my.
spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, State?
Mr. Gray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15?
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr.
Wow.
Wiggs?
She stole those for nothing.
All right, sir. You are released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
Ooh. Ooh. The husband.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Oh, this is the husband.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, TravisFilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
You don't know what you a felon for?
So do you remember that case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
Oh, that's how they got him. Woo.
In this case, 2 felonies there.
No, so when I was 18, that was 2.
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shavers' husband,
Correct.
Can you identify her and point around in court today, please?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Shaver?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
And he said it was something for work, a get together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at Ms. Shaver's residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4.
Go ahead and impeach you right now.
Line 25, Mr. Woods, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was.
I can't remember what I said yesterday.
He was not
Brady.
around.
And had she
Much less what I
expressed to you
said in
that
a
he
deposition.
left
They
and wasn't
wrote
having contact with
everything
the
down.
children?
Correct.
And how long did you date?
I should be like, can I have a
until
copy
you
of
moved
that?
into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her 2 kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is,
Rebecca.
that would be your brother's girlfriend at the time.
Correct.
Now, and they're now married.
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2006?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shavers?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Lori, when we were talking about marriage in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Oh my goodness. I was waiting on this to figure out how in the world she got married if she was still married. She never like claimed her husband to be gone away. And that guy got a steal on those fishing poles, man. Oh my.
Why did she tell you she did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay.
Mhm.
So not what you just said,
No,
but financial.
together
Hey,
with what I just said.
Kirsten.
All right. I'm going to
Welcome.
go ahead and show you that
You left yesterday
deposition.
without saying goodbye.
Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
I'd ask the state to advise them the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11.
Oh, I
Don't
thought
read that
it's
out.
nighttime
You read
over
that?
there.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence. It was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony
I
is
bet.
changed.
She was facing murder
nighttime.
charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now in
have fun,
September of
Brandon.
2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
I'm showing you, show defense.
So this is the brother, Kirsten.
Darn
Darn it. This is the husband of Laurie.
You recognize this receipt?
The new honey.
Sure.
Yes,
And
same
that
case as
receipt,
yesterday.
For the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this.
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state removes
And
states
the
AA
prosecution is
into
still
evidence
putting
of
their
states
case
number
on. So
27.
this is the husband,
Any objection?
the new one.
No objection.
Without objection, states AA will be moved into evidence of states number
I
27.
know, today's
And you
getting
go ahead
crazy.
and just read out when that was rented.
When it was rented,
Yes.
the date says 9/12/2016.
And he's a felon. He's a 3-time felon, by the way. Weird. It's so weird. And I saw some tidbits yesterday that now she's trying to blame her ex-boyfriend, the one that she was trying to split up the marriage on.
Ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016.
Oh, okay.
What was Laurie wearing?
Well,
white
any
dress.
time with you is better than no time,
And
Kirsten.
did someone
take it.
escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
I love it when you're here, Kirsten. You bring good vibes.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please.
Okay, so while they're having sidebar, I'll tell y'all. So yesterday I saw a little bit about this. So it started out that she was blaming her. They were saying her daughter, right? Her daughter did this back when she was 7 years old. Well, the judge threw that testimony out. He will not allow that, by the way. So now she's saying that the ex-boyfriend that she had, the one that she was having the affair with, the married one that she tried to break up their marriage, now she's saying he did it. He's the one who did it. And now they can't find that guy to subpoena to get him to testify. So I don't know what
thank you.
her
As a
defense
housekeeping
is.
matter, States AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as States BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as States number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing the witness what has been previously marked as States CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
States CC will be entered into evidence as States number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding.
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct?
Now, in 2018,
Yes, Kirsten, that's what she's going with. They don't have any witnesses to say that. Really weird.
eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. Do you remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Lori called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said, no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture, at which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me, we'll be in touch. And that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Lori, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Because he's a felon. He's like, get a lawyer. He's not stupid. I mean, his first go-to is get a lawyer. Duh. You don't want to know. He's a
Do
felon.
you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, the statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand
Sir,
what
please
you're...
don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though.
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Right. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2,
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your
Excuse
relationship
me.
with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she
Wow.
did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes.
This guy's dumb.
Travis, let's take up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying
He's her
you had
husband
made some
officially
statement
now.
Possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something of that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government.
Woo!
I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr.
I know,
Proper,
right? He like
and
full on married her.
that him and I
I
were
bet he
sitting on the
married her
back
so
of
he
my
wouldn't have to
truck at the
testify
time,
against her, but that didn't work.
and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview,
Girl, I know, I'm
law
telling you,
enforcement
'cause
asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual.
he's been through the man.
And I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said, if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
This
Sidebar, please. There's an objection.
No, it was 2015. So he was already in the ground for like a year before they poured this concrete. He's shifty. I don't know, but she lived in a double wide on a bunch of land. He's like, look at her. He's looking at her. He's like, I'm sorry, honey. They're making me do this. Don't beat me. Don't beat me and kill me when I get home. So weird. Man, I'm parched. Very uncomfortable. Had borrowed this suit. Gotta return it. That's why we don't have nice things. Wish y'all stop talking about me. I'm sitting right here. Okay, now I'm really anxious. I've licked my lips like 40 times. Camera's right on me. It's staring at me. This mafia judge over here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed. We're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody?
Yeah, but her kid's been playing on that thing for nearly a year. They've been hanging out
Anybody
outside.
other than taking care of this
Kumbaya
person?
over the fire pit.
Okay.
Ugh.
Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
He was only down 3 feet.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Not
Thank
that
you, sir.
far.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Kroger.
Bye, honey. Ooh, what is wrong with you? That guy's walking on funky. Hey, Gwen.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Seem to remember
My name
another
is
trial
Robert
that involved FirePit.
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
A friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men. And he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shavers?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shavers?
Why does it say Trump?
Well, we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And has she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please.
Oh my gracious day. So Gwen, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I saw something about this case, and apparently the judge has thrown out the fact that the daughter might have done this. He's not accepting that. He won't allow that testimony. And now she's saying that her ex-boyfriend, the one that she tried to break up his marriage, he did it. But they can't find him. I don't know why. And they tried to subpoena him, but apparently they can't find him. I don't know where he's at. But that's kind of strange. And she's at, I think we talked about this yesterday, she's out on bond, on a $50,000 bond. It's ridiculous. And that was her husband. They literally got married. Oh, did you?
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said was represented from Laurie Shavers?
That's such a sad story, the Birchmore.
Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, and police and court. And was that Mr.
Yeah.
Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah. He made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
That argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend,
Do you do any counseling?
not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you officially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a degree.
I would call it mentoring.
Mentoring, okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just
Hey,
what I'm-
Lucy.
no, just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Correct?
Lucy
All I'm doing
Goosey.
is repeating what he told me.
She's here.
And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can.
One person may
Of
watch
course he
TV.
did, Gwen.
Argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know.
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to them, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Oh my Lord,
Redirect.
this defense
And may the
attorney.
witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir.
It's
You're
so
released from
bad.
further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness?
State calls Austin Filmer.
Yeah, that girl's not gonna make it.
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you.
If she wasn't crazy, she's crazy now. That Carly Gray girl. I don't understand that judge's thinking. She is just a child. I mean, yeah, I might need to do one too because I haven't done one about her yet. And she definitely needs that. I mean, she is just a child. It's very baffling to me. I mean, if this woman can be out on a $50,000 bond because judges feel sorry for her because she has kids and she should be out with her kids. I mean, look at the Black Swan woman. She was out on a bond.
All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
And thank you again for your time and
Judges feel
attention.
sorry for mom.
Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
And let them be out to be with their children, but they don't feel for these children. I think it's terrible. I mean, I don't understand the way these kids are thinking today, what their thought process is. I don't understand well, it's a character, they're character witnesses basically, but I don't know. He doesn't want them to find they don't have anything to offer for the actual incident. But you would still have like the defense would have people come up and testify as some type of character witnesses because that's all they got. Yeah, that's well, look at Van Houten. She almost refused the doctor an expert. She refused half of his expertise.
Go take your time.
Cool. Are you gonna do it on Arrow stuff, Kirsten? I would think her diary's Thursday, but because it's not coming. But it's kind of like the school kids that do the things they do. They use the their manifestos against them. Tarot, and the cards, Kirsten. Oh, cool. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. See, now everybody's just going to have to be on everybody's channel. How's Leah? Haven't heard from her. Oh, good, yeah.
Please be seated. I see that all the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shavers?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do. She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
I was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through that? Well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And the
Can't make
what
fun of her for not looking
circumstances
fit
did
anymore.
you meet Laurie Shavers?
Wait, she's out of
My
jail.
position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shavers?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after, a month or two, maybe. Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point did you live at that residence?
Not
That's
her
awesome,
address,
Kristen.
but
I
I
can't
was
wait.
there a
You have to
lot,
show
and I
us
spent
your
a lot of time there.
stuff.
Okay. And that
I wanna
was because
see it.
your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me, asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say.
Didn't his brother just
He
say he
stated
didn't
that
help him?
Lori wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
Have you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Lori or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. And I'm just asking if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Lori ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Lori had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
Oh man, their testimonies are about to be completely opposite. This is about to get, and they're twinsies, so this is bad. Aren't twinsies supposed to have special? Come on, Kirsten. Twinsies are supposed to have a special bond. But why are they going against each other? Come on, Kirsten. Twinsies are supposed to be special. They can't do this. He's going to, yes, they are twins. He's only 4 minutes older than the the other one.
What did you hear your brother say to the detectives about that?
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how
That's
so?
true, Gwen.
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why did they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
But as far as the text messages that
Yes, sir.
were unusual,
All right, sidebar, please.
Oh, what is up? His brother just got up there and was like, Team Laurie. This is so strange. This relationship, this woman. So I'm gathering that she has been with this Michael guy since 7th grade, right? And when she finally started getting out and getting some more stuff, something else, she just went wild. They just went buck wild. But then at the same time, she was like, wait a minute, he's been mine since 7th grade. He can't be with anybody else, but I still want to go wild. So she wouldn't let anybody else have him, but she wanted to go do her thing. So but that woman is like clearly, oh man. But she's out of jail. She could be in, I don't know. She used to be something. Yeah, I wonder if this twin has a criminal background, because the other one has 3 felonies, and this one, he didn't ask him about his felonies. He didn't say, you have, a felon. You have a felon background. He didn't ask him about that. So I wonder if he's the good one. Because remember yesterday we were talking about kids. You raise 2 kids in the same household, and one can be totally different.
The specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother. Have you ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You're talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day.
Gosh, this
your
guy's
brother
so old.
denies he sent it, correct?
Calls everything emails.
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed the homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
You're not
You
an
were
IT guy.
present to testify, hear about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one
An
day
email.
and your brother tells you Laurie sent it, correct?
For the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Text message, not an email.
Redirect?
No, sir.
Or may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for
Hey,
appearing
Kirsten,
today,
you should
sir.
do,
You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Cold cases.
All right, your next witness?
This name calls Wilman Nicholas.
Yeah. Yeah. He must be the good one. Yeah. You should do cold cases, Kirsten, where you can maybe find people who
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
solve.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yeah, yeah. That would be cool.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas. It's NWILMANICHOLAS.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilma Nicholas. Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Is ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found.
Yes.
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shavers?
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show
Kirsten, I have a case I'd like you to do.
photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay, and what property is this?
That's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
This is my house. This one's a
I definitely have one I'd like you to do
carport,
for me.
garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that will prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
I know. The higher the hair, the closer we got.
It was 2015 in the summer.
Now, did you see, as a neighbor or any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
When you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
About the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that construction start?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting in a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous too with everything that he did there. So it was very neat and tidy.
I can't believe she has that much hair with as bleached as it is.
On that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be.
Okay. Right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of the duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad. I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now,
I hate that we
have
can't
you
see
seen or spoken
the
to Laurie
land.
Shavers since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 6, 7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it. She just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible. It was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes. Actually, my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt that you needed to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please support.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in that area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did
Yes, not dinner. Yeah, we did.
you? Sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence?
Not inside the house, no.
In fact, looking at this photo, this is your house.
So
Correct.
she
Correct.
put him in the
And there's
ground.
not a clear
I didn't
line
even
of sight
think about the
between your
smell,
house
y'all.
and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight?
Yes.
You can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
She had him in the backyard. That decomposition happening.
Now,
and
you don't
nobody.
go to the Shaver residence,
Ew.
correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property.
Mhm.
They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with the cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said
Hey,
this
Jen,
was,
how are you?
when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement
Yeah,
was
that's why I
poured
can't believe her
sometime
hair
around in the
she's got that
spring of
much Here,
2016.
because it's so bleak.
I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
Golly.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, in the back, on the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch,
How long
and
does it
from
take to
there I
do
could
that
see
here?
directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and
I hope she's the one with the silk bonnet. I bet she
I'll
I
put
hope she only has to do that here like once a week.
from State's Exhibit number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about?
We gotta wrap
Yes,
that up.
Okay, this, you can even see right here, it's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide. And
I would fix that one time a week, wrap it up,
over in this area,
and-
because I did have horses.
sleep sitting
I
up.
did have a barn that used to be right here that was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof basically. And so when I would come over and leave the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is that?
No, just half of it.
Okay, so can you just demonstrate
A lot of Aquanet.
the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it goes further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cow fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today. Please remain
Hey,
at the
they
courthouse.
got her on that,
Would you like the
that
witness to remain
smell,
at the
man.
courthouse
I
or
did
no?
not think about that.
We'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right, please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day.
I can't believe I didn't think about that.
Your next witness.
Excuse me, Megan, please.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Oh, got more evidence. So China, now she's saying, because the judge threw out the daughter's testimony, he won't allow that. So that can't be her defense.
Okay? Please state
Now
and
she's
spell your
saying her
full legal
ex
name for the record.
did it, the one that she
Megan
tried to break up the
Cleek.
marriage.
First is Megan, last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
But
Do
they
solemnly
can't
swear
find
or
him to subpoena
affirm
him.
that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but
I
the
don't know
truth,
what
so
her
help you
defense
God.
is.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
That's weird.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the firearms section of their crime laboratory.
Ooh.
What did you do for their crime lab?
Crime
The
lab?
position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where'd you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe to the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many
I know,
examinations
right?
you have done on firearms?
This girl's been everywhere.
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked, in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearm analysis?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference
Go
between
into
a
the
revolver and
post office
semi-automatic?
Saturday.
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also at times cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Explain that.
Yes, the caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you
Wow,
provided
that's a
some
long
evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shavers, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing you to introduce as State's Exhibit 26.
Oh, let me see it.
Do you recognize that item?
No.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number and item number.
Look, I'm going to see it any
initials.
better.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you could show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
Take it out.
This is 138 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model Shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, one, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fired a gun and retrieved those test fires, you fired into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired the gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes, a part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether there or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of a Laurie Shavers?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence to State's Exhibit 20. Did you recognize that item first?
It's not the whole skull. Bag in a bag.
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from, oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are.
Well, you touched the gun. You touched the fishing pole without gloves.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same. The number of lands and grooves, or those helical impressions, agree. Their direction of twist and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm, am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed. However, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, and you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement.
Okay.
The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would.
Correct. And we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to
10 plus
discharge the
pounds.
projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State attorney's office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured.
No.
And I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent the child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
So on a double action, that would
I don't have any
require
further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
about
May the
10
witness be
pounds of
released from her
pressure.
subpoena. Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further.
So if you're
Have a good
looking at
day.
a 7-year-old,
Yes,
if they're
ma'am.
still going with this 7-year-old
And your
theory,
next witness.
you're looking at about 10 pounds of pressure.
Okay.
On a single action, it's about 6 to 8 pounds of pressure. Because the reason why it takes 10 plus pounds of pressure on a double action is because there's no safety. That's why they always suggest that women carry those 38 specials because they won't go off
Please come up to the
in your
witness stand.
purse,
Please be seated.
and you
Let me
don't
know
have
when
to have
you're
a safety.
ready to go.
And
Thank
they're
you.
easy for women to carry because you can just pull it out of your purse and point and shoot.
Good morning.
And you don't have to fiddle with the safety.
All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you.
That's why it's hard to believe
Please state
kids,
and spell your full legal name.
little kids can get a hold of
My name
of
is
fishing
Tara
poles
Mitchell.
in your house.
Tara Mitchell, Mitchell.
If you're not
Thank you.
keeping
Please
them
raise your
put
right
away,
hand and I'll swear
with the
you in.
safety on and all
Do you
that kind
solemnly
of
swear
stuff.
or affirm that any
Or
testimony you
if you
give
don't have
today
it
shall be the
uh,
truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
cocked
God?
and ready to go,
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please
and if
introduce
you
yourself
have
to the
a
jury.
fishing pole,
Good
Have it
morning. I
ready.
am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I want to direct your
Nice
attention
way of
back
putting
to
it. I've worked in
November
collections. It's
2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager, senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, I want a loan.
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount, and all it required you to do was fill out some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right. All right, sidebar, please.
Oh my gracious day. Did she take out a loan after he was gone? That's terrible. This woman is terrible. She's texting with his phone. She's using his Facebook Messenger. Taking loans out after he's gone. Living with him in her backyard with that smell. Oh my gosh. And her kids. How could you live in the same house?
All right, so State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
Using the process that you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shaver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to him?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to them?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that money?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, States 30?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shavers' residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shavers' address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay.
They just send out checks still?
What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
What
Was were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone
That's
contact
highway
from
robbery.
Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, whereas we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay.
That's
when
a
is
racket.
that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears
I
in
see
our
you trying
system
to.
of
We
new
all
loan
love her.
bundles.
You just hush.
Is that when you reach out for these
You're the only
solicitations
one.
to
You're
say,
the
hey,
only
come into our
weirdo.
bank?
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
You should be free.
When the
This is sick
time
and
of the
twisted. This
first
loan
payment
company.
came due, you
The
had
loan
already
shark.
indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do or you do to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the
She
name.
was.
Did the bank continue to Michael Shaver?
She got rid of the
for
people
a
she wanted to get rid of.
Oh,
She's not going to hurt
absolutely.
anybody
It doesn't
else.
charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
The bank has to eat it.
yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically
You're
to
scaring
February
people.
17th,
So,
2015.
You should eat that money
Did you
anyway.
specifically
That's
try to
now
call
money.
the number listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
Basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is a wrong number.
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as
Yes,
far
she
as being
did. The
with?
kids,
I
yes,
had
the
no
kids.
idea.
Okay.
Was the loan eventually turned over
just
to
had to bring up the
collections when
kids, Travis.
payments weren't made?
We're talking about
We keep
Betty
it up to-
Broderick
yes,
here
it was.
still.
It's within the Mariner financial system, but it's turned over to a different department.
At that time, after
Justly
180, it
took
goes
out
to
her
high
husband
level.
and his wife. I mean,
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial?
Thornley took out her
this loan?
husband,
No,
ex-husband,
If that
and
would
his
have
new
happened,
wife.
there have been notes in your.
absolutely.
But he cheated on
Did you
her.
eventually
Traded her
speak
in for a new
with
model.
a Sergeant Tammy
You
Dale
put
from the
pictures
Lake
of
County Sheriff's
old
Office?
Betty
Yes, I
up
did.
to the
Once you spoke
new
with
wife.
Sergeant Dale,
They're almost
what was
identical.
ultimately done with this loan?
Basically just traded her in
charged
for a
off.
new model.
Meaning the bank.
The bank,
Oh,
we
come
could no
on,
longer do any more
Bobby.
collections on it because in our local level.
Her
Thank you, ma'am.
hornness is all towards Dan. Trust me. I have
Did law
emails.
enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is
She
given to
is
the bank.
Definitely
But I mean,
still
did law
angry
enforcement get a
at
copy of that
Dan.
check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
Well, a lot of women do it too.
I cannot
Everybody
determine
does
at this particular time if they
Everybody's doing it.
requested it at
No,
that time or not.
but everybody's doing it.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And, do you have any
Hope your head's feeling better. Clearly your head's feeling better because you're picking on me.
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
So nobody came down to the bank to your personal
she
knowledge,
was-
right?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting
burned.
analysis?
Okay.
That's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today.
Yeah,
You're
long
excused
sharp
from further
woman.
testimony. Have a
Dang,
good
y'all are
day.
just sending out dang
Thank you.
checks to people. What do you expect them to do?
Sheriff, for the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir.
We're
So
gonna
we'll
take a
take a
comfort
5-minute
break.
comfort break at this point. Thank you.
Comfort break.
Please take your jerk out.
Okay, so while they're taking a comfort break, again, you need 10 plus pounds of pressure on the double action fishing pole. So, 7-year-old, I mean, it's not impossible, but again, the judge has thrown out the testimony of the 7-year-old. Now, what, 14, 15, 16-year-old now? He's not allowing that defense. I don't know why they're still bringing up the child. Now she's saying the ex that she was trying to break up the marriage,
Yes, sir.
he did it. But they can't find the ex to subpoena. So I don't know what her defense is going to be. We've already heard from the husband that are now officially married, and he's Team Laurie all the way. The twin brother said that he did help put the concrete slab down, even though the husband said the brother did not help. I don't know what the heck's going on, who's lying and who's not. But as the neighbor pointed out, the smell of the decomp was happening. I didn't even think about that. They couldn't match the projectile to the actual pink fishing pole that they did come up with, but they did say that most of the striations did match, which made them be able to go further in the testing. But because of the projectile was so damaged, they couldn't fully match it. So I don't know, but 10 plus pounds of pressure, y'all, for a double action fishing pole. Not saying it's impossible for a 7-year-old, but well, she didn't have the concrete down for the first 6 months. So he was just under the dirt for the first at least 6 months. Yeah, and they didn't lay the concrete until the fall. So he was only under 3 feet. So I can't believe they lived in that house. Yeah. I mean, all of them just live there. I mean, they lived there. I mean, the neighbors were pretty spread out. It's not like they were right on top of each other like houses are now. They were in a rural area, so they had good pieces of land between them, at least a couple acres, so I can't believe that they actually live there with that happening. I don't know how they did that. That's disgusting. And I think at least the second boyfriend had to know something was up, because he went back to his wife, or he stopped seeing her. So he must have known something. He probably was like, ooh, something's up around here. I don't know. But they can't find him to subpoena him, because apparently he worked it out with his wife and went back to her. Like they worked it out. So I don't know where he's at, but now she's trying to say he did it. And as Kirsten said, everybody but her did it. So I don't know. Yeah, but clearly Travis isn't scared. He actually ended up marrying her. They just had a ceremony at first, and now he's actually married to her. But I'm surprised that he the prosecution called him as a witness, but he didn't testify technically against her. But they brought up that he was a felon. And they all worked at a gym. She clearly ain't working at the gym anymore. I don't have room to talk. I used to work at a gym. You can't tell now. But even when I worked at the gym, you couldn't tell I worked at the gym. Well, I know he's been hopping around. Like first he brought up the woman he worked with, right? Then he's thrown in the child. Yeah, she has had 4 kids, and then he's thrown in he's hinted around the ex-boyfriend. He's just thrown in every kind of everything, but he's not solidly put down any kind of defense. And he's really not made any sense at all. I don't know. Yeah, but her kids are grown now. I mean, I've been using my kids as an excuse for baby weight. I'm like, I'm still trying to lose the baby weight. And they're like, how old's your kid? I'm like, 29 years old. I mean, well, the prosecution actually has done a pretty good job of oh my gosh, that's a close up. They've done a pretty good job of asking questions and not bringing up, not opening the door, as they say. The defense is the dummy who's been opening the door to stuff. with the prosecution witnesses. So I'm really surprised. But the prosecution's been doing a good job asking. They've just been being straightforward, asking the questions they need to ask and moving on. But the defense is the one asking everybody dumb stuff like, are you an IT specialist? Did you see the incident happen? Did you see him in his last 24 hours? What the heck? Today is 9/11, y'all, in case everybody doesn't remember. If you don't remember where you were on 9/11, I remember where I was. But unlike what people call January 6th, 9/11 was actually one of the worst days in history, not January 6th. So we've had much worse days. Yeah, because the ex-cop actually owns the businesses that the Laurie and her husband and brother and everybody worked at. So yeah, they can't use what she said to him. So yeah, if y'all don't remember what 9/11, today's 9/11. So I usually do watch the speaking of the as you were at work as a receptionist for a big law firm, I was in the lobby waiting to see my therapist. Oddly enough. And I was watching it on TV in the waiting room, and I thought it was fake. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. So it was pretty shocking. Yeah, it was terrible. And then I remember going into my therapist office, and I was like, did you see the news? Because she was in session, of course, if she didn't see it. But that's all we could talk about, because I was like, I don't believe this is happening. Yeah. That's same. I didn't believe it. until when the second, I was like, holy moly, this is happening. Yeah. So.
We as a nation can do good in spite of the evil from that day. May God bless my cousin. May God bless your loved ones.
Has anyone ever been to the 9/11 memorial? I've been there. It's a very sombering fight. It is breathtaking for sure.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
State calls Vanessa Townsend.
Yeah, it was so sad. I can't believe that today is not actually a federal holiday, like a day of mourning, because it's really. I mean, we lost a lot of lives on this day. Totally for no reason.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yeah, I mean, those were the tallest buildings. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to see like old
Please
movies
state and spell
that
your
have
full
those
legal name.
buildings in
My
them.
name is
And now
Vanessa
they're not
Townsend,
there. It's just
VANESSATOWNSEND.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm
she looks
that
very
any
like she's a
testimony
very
you give
willing
today
witness.
shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Vanessa Townsend.
And you know Jeremy Townsend?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get married?
April 12th, 2008.
And you have children together?
We do.
How many?
One,
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole
No, I didn't
school
see
year,
that. I haven't
2015,
seen that.
2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
Oh wait, this is the wife. Why can't they find the husband? I don't understand. I'm confused because I just saw on Court TV last night they were talking about they couldn't find the husband. And she's blaming this woman's husband. And they couldn't subpoena him because they can't find him. But somehow they have the wife on the stand right now. This is wild. Well, I'd be mad too if my husband had cheated on me with her because Sheila is not prettier than she is. I mean, I don't know. They're both not like the best looking chicks, but I'd be mad too if I had to be in court opposite. Look at her. She's mad.
Ms. Townsend, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your may approach.
Yes, sir.
showing what fence was previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Judge, I filed a motion with respect to this.
I mean, I'm just saying, trial junkies. Like, if you're gonna cheat on me, that chick better be hotter than I am. Cause do not cheat on me with the ugly witch. Okay, don't do it. She better be hotter than I am. Don't go there. See, that's why Betty was mad. I'm just saying. Just saying. Betty looked at that chick and was like, "Oh no, you didn't. No, you did not trade me in for a younger looking me." That's basically what happened. That chick better be better looking than me, younger than me. I mean, you better go off and do something like supermodel. No, I'm not gonna get over it. Betty's not over it. That's why she's still in prison. Right, Kirsten? I'm just saying. Woo, she is not happy. Even my boyfriend is like, you better get somebody that is like way hotter than I am. I mean, like hotter and with more money. I mean, I would do that for him. I would do that. I would find somebody that's like got tons of money and way hotter. The money for sure. Oh, why is she open? Oh, it's her. The card. Must be the card. Because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right.
Sorry.
She don't know. She don't know how to handle evidence. I wouldn't do that to him. He's too good to me. How could I just sit here on my butt every day if he wasn't so good to me?
Is that the card that you received with the flowers?
It is.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence.
I mean, he came home at lunch yesterday with flowers and cookies for our
All right,
neighbors.
objections overruled.
Stupid dog got
States
out.
T will be entered into evidence as states number 30.
Now, did that?
No, it's the cards that came with the flowers that she sent him from Michael.
A message.
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Woo!
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, is this a difficult day for you?
It is.
Woo! You want to kill somebody.
It says, roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike.
Woo!
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Ooh, that stings.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
Dang, girl, 39 years?
When did you receive
that's a
that
long
card
time.
and those flowers?
Good for y'all.
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night. He was
That's
always
how
around.
you get a Betty.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact go?
Girl, I ain't trying to look at your man
your
like that.
Facebook profile at that point.
I did.
And after receiving
I
that
saw
call and that
cattails.
message, did you go
I saw lots
onto
of
your
cattails
Facebook
and
profile
butts.
and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shavers' Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and show
I got the sexiest man ever, so.
State's Exhibit EE.
And he lets me surround myself with Keanu Reeves too, so I can't go wrong.
All right, sidebar.
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Man, this is a man. Hey. Hey, okay. I need to say, hey, I love it. Man, I wish I could hear your accent. Pedrig? Is that how you say your name? Pedrig O'Brien. How are you doing? Welcome from Ireland. Hey, LaDonna. Welcome back to the chat. We have someone from Ireland now. So we have Germany, Ireland. I wish Jenny was here from in South Africa. We got Irish in the house. All right. I love it. I like that accent too. I love it. Hey, my phone is in the Irish accent because I love the Irish accent. Look at her face, man. This chick is angry, embarrassed.
Thumb drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And does that contain all
I
the
think no,
messages
Australian
that you received
accents are
from
closest
Michael
to Southern
Shavers'
accents, I
Facebook
think.
account, including any still screenshots of text messages? These Facebook messages we're referring to here, along with photographs that may have been sent to you.
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize
pictures?
That is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your
Do you
Honor,
know
this
about
time the
this
statement
trial,
states EE
Patrick?
into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Is it
Yes, sir.
Patrick or
Objection's
Patrick?
overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence of states number 31.
Wait, the first one or the second one? Patrick or Patrick?
Now I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shavers' account, showing defense states FF. Or copy.
The extent of my Irish is Conor McGregor. That's my dude.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all I is.
Yes, sir. All right, the objection is overruled.
Showing you as the previously marked as states FF. Go ahead and look at those documents.
Ha 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 ha. LaDonna was on my side, by the way, ma'am.
What are those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And
Keep me in line. It's hard to keep
are
LaDonna in
those
line.
the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
I'm waiting for the day to be able to make LaDonna a
Are
moderator.
actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
Your Honor, this kind of statement states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
Oh,
And
man.
first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on?
No, she's stirring the pot. She's
April
trying to get
5th of 2016?
crap started.
So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447.
Yeah. Girl, she took a loan out after the man was gone in his name. She had him in the yard. I forgot about the smell. I didn't even think about the smell. They was living with that
Sorry.
No.
rotting.
Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016. It says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay. And moving on to the preceding page, well, the next page.
Dang, she's
Is there a
calculated, man, but she was
message
seeing her new
from
man.
April 9th, 2016.
April 9th, 2016. Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016.
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
Sure, they could get her on that.
Now,
Yeah,
that-
after.
The special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Yeah.
Is that that same day?
It is.
You're busy.
Now, you can put that down for just a moment.
Oh, bye, Kirsten. Have a good night.
After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shavers?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, then did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
The initial findings matched it enough to keep testing it, LaDonna, but the projectile in Michael was so damaged.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as States Exhibit
Match it any
GG.
further. It was inconclusive. But the initial testings, the striations matched enough to go a step further in the testing.
You recognize state's GGs.
I do.
And what is state's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
At this time, the state moves state's GG into evidence as, I believe, number 32?
33.
33.
Such objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as state's number 33.
Overruled.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shavers' phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
Did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I'm showing what's previously been marked for identification.
Oh, so she was brave enough to send her flowers and talk to her through Michael's number, but not brave enough to talk back to her as herself.
How did you get Laurie Shavers' phone number?
Probably from her husband.
Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of state or you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shavers' phone?
That's correct.
You're at this time, the state moves states RRR into evidence, states number 34.
Any objection?
I object.
All right, over defense's objection, states RRR will be admitted into evidence as states number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers. I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when
Girl,
did
that dude better sleep with
process,
one eye
that period
open
of time begin?
every night for the rest of his life.
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townsend left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware of during that time frame?
No.
That's because she's got air tags on him,
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wicks,
GPS trackers.
may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony.
Oh,
Have a
dang,
good
the
day.
defense didn't have any
Yes,
questions.
ma'am. Your next witness.
Your Honor, it's probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it. Do you want me to bring it?
By lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 25.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay?
Wow.
All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
No, but that woman was like, man. I'd be mad too. You could tell she was not happy about being called up there. That's a long lunch. Oh, okay, so okay, Brandy. That's a long lunch. Oh, I got to go back to YouTube. Well, I finally got LaDonna and Trial Junkies in here. What? Okay, so we were talking about, didn't we talk about yesterday, Tyreek Hill, the player, the football player? Did we talk about that? They still haven't caught the Kentucky guy. They have not caught him. See you in a little bit, Brandy. They still haven't caught the Kentucky guy. The police officers for Tyreek, apparently, they did bring out the body cam footage for him. So I wanted to watch that. See you in a little bit, China. I want to watch this real quick, and then I'm going to grab something to eat because I didn't eat yesterday.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window like that, no. Like what? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. That way you can lower it and talk to you. Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm gonna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do. Keep it down. Hey, keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. What part of Dallas doing this? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew.
Okay.
Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little confused. I'm getting out, bro. Too late. Too late. All right, bro, take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do. We are. We will. Good, bro. It is good. Hey. Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying. Bro, y'all. Don't move. Good. Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy. What y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Bro, dude beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Done? Hey, I'm not playing today.
Hey, Noel.
But I appreciate the check y'all gave me, though. I appreciate the check you gave me. Appreciate it. Doesn't seem like you need it, man. You got a McLaren, bro.
So I just wanted to watch this video. I wanted to see from the beginning what made them How are you, Noel? Let us get it from the beginning.
Why didn't you have your seatbelt on? Or what? Why you have it up?
We're watching Tyreek.
Keep your window down. Hey.
Football player
Keep your window down.
Over.
Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me that. Get out of the car. Give me that. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. 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 What part of that don't you understand? Hey, Drew. Hey, Drew. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested.
Okay,
Drew.
so
I'm getting out.
apparently,
Damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little confused. I'm getting out, bro. Too late. Too late. All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
apparently he did say, yeah, they did get suspended. He did say that he did not comply in the beginning. And apparently they are saying that the cops did jump too fast with their behavior. So everyone was in the wrong. He didn't roll his window down. For officer safety, they have to have the window down. You can't, and you are required to get out of the car via Supreme Court ruling or some kind of shenanigans. If the police officers tell you to get out of the car, you have to get out of the car, even in a traffic stop. So he didn't comply. And he was not, he was just like, he was not complying. So he did admit that he was not complying with them, but they admit also that they were too fast. Like pulling him out of the car like that was not necessary. Their behavior was overly done. So, I think there's a lot of lessons that can be learned in this traffic stop. This should probably be used as a teaching tool in the academy. I mean, yeah, it was excessive. I think the amount of force they used was excessive. I don't think they should have immediately like yanked him out of the car and threw him to the ground like that. I think they could have, gotten him out of the car and had a conversation. I don't think they should have taken him to the ground like that. I think they could have had him get out of the vehicle on his own. I said yesterday, you weren't on here yet though, I don't think. She mailed them out to me yesterday, because she had a mix up with the printers. So she just got them mailed out to me. I should get them today, and I'll hope get them mailed out probably tomorrow. I got to go across the street to the post office and I'll mail them out. So I have to walk away from y'all to go mail them. Thank you, Noel. Sorry. I didn't know if you heard me yesterday. I did mention it. I apologize that they're late. This is why I don't want to do I want to keep using her, but I have to hold inventory when I do this. That's why I can't wait for my shop to just pop up on my channel. So they'll just go directly to people when they order them. I apologize, but she had issues with the printer. But yeah, what do you guys think about this video? I think he should have been more compliant in the beginning. He should have had his window down and his stuff ready to go and just been like, hey, you know, obviously he's being pulled over for a traffic stop. You know how to act when you get pulled over for a traffic stop. Right. So, it's a traffic stop, y'all. It doesn't have to be difficult. I think he should have just had his stuff ready. I don't know. When I get pulled over, I'm nervous already. Every time I see a police officer car on the side, I get nervous and anxious, and like I'm ready to like you know how you just hit the brakes as soon as you yeah. So I mean, you just get nervous and anxious when you see I know, yeah. So I know. I mean, they just give you, I hate getting a ticket, but I mean, that's the only thing I'm worried about is like getting a ticket. So they just make me nervous. But if you're getting pulled over, just have your stuff ready. Now everything's on your phone. You don't even need to have like I mean, now they just look up your plate. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I haven't, I've only just gotten tickets. I've never had any like, but because I worked, what I did for a living, I worked with cops all the time. So I never had any issues with the cops. So, but this is a very good learning lesson for, I think, both sides. I think this is a good learning lesson for, I think Tyreek could use this to teach people how to properly act for a traffic stop. Right. No one should ever end up. Yeah, I agree. Right, LaDonna, I agree. Like it should never get to this kind of situation in a traffic stop. I think this is a great learning lesson for everyone. Yeah. I think this should definitely he wouldn't comply. I mean, he didn't comply. He was very abrasive from the beginning. He was like, just give me my ticket, let me go, just give me my ticket, don't knock on my window. Like as soon as they came up, he was already like, don't bang on my window like that, don't bang on my window like that. Like that's not how you want to start talking to the police when they come up to you, period. So he was starting out combative, and that's just not how you, and the cops, we are in a very bad time right now. So it just, he just started out combative, and then that when you, I mean, just think about your attitude. That's how it's gonna, if you have a bad attitude, you're going to get a bad attitude back. So that's just what, unfortunately, that's just what happened. And it just escalated very quickly, unfortunately. And who knows what would have happened. Yeah. Yes. It escalated. Who knows how extra quickly it would have escalated. You know what I mean? Like that was very fast. That was very, very fast. So I think that was a quick escalation, and who knows how much faster it would have escalated if he wouldn't have. I mean, I feel like that was very quick escalation. So I don't know. I just think it's a good learning lesson, and I think Tyreek can use this for good for him. Yeah, it's not against the law to have a bad attitude. But I think this is definitely something, a good platform that he could use. I think it's a good thing that the cops can use this for their training. And I think you can definitely see the difference. Oh, I mean, you know, like you can see the difference in how people are treated. You know, look at how look at the difference in how he was treated, and look at the difference in how Christopher Gregor was treated when he was pulled over. Thank you, Noel. And he was a suspected, you know, right. Yeah. He was suspected of taking out his child. And they talked to him like he was, you know, I mean, he was surrounded by officers, right? And they talked to him. They were just shooting the breeze with him. Same with Brian Koberger. He was pulled over twice. And this literally happened within seconds. This was seconds that this escalated from him being, you know, knocking on his window to on the ground. So this is definitely eye-openers, learning lessons. And this is in Miami. This isn't like in rural Alabama or South Carolina. This is Miami, where it's very, very diverse. So people should see that this is happening everywhere. But I think this is a good learning lesson. Definitely something that we can learn from. But they're going to obviously have an investigation. I saw on Vinny was talking about this last night, and he said, you know, the police union will obviously, these guys will keep their jobs, but they'll be investigated. And apparently, yeah. But I think they'll keep their jobs. They're not going to get rid of them. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't think it matters. Everybody keeps talking about how he's a Dolphins player. I don't think that matters. I don't think it matters that he was a Dolphins player. Everybody's like, oh, if they knew he was a football player. I'm like, I don't think that matters.
Howard Selwyn,
Larry John Senko,
Arturo Angelo Sereno,
Frankie Serrano,
Marion H. Serva.
Yeah, Kim
Paula
Potter. Yes.
Cesanova.
Oh my gosh.
Adele Christine Sessa,
Sita Namala Sunarine,
Karen Lynn Seymour,
Davis Greer Senza Jr.,
Thomas Joseph Scroy,
Jayesh Shantalal Shah,
Khalid M. Shahid,
Mohammed Shahjahan,
Gary Shimei,
Yeah, that
Richard
chick.
Shanahan,
Dan F. Shanauer,
Neil G. Shastri,
Catherine Ann Shatzoff,
Barbara A. Shaw,
Jeffrey James Shaw,
Robert John Shea Jr.,
Yeah, I knew she
Daniel
would.
James
She'll
Shea,
fade off into the oblivion.
Joseph Patrick Shea,
Kathleen Shearer,
Robert M. Shearer,
Linda June Sheehan,
Yeah, she was a cop for a while.
Antoinette
She was a
M.
trainer.
Sherman.
She freaked out.
Atsushi
Like, freaked out.
Shiratori.
Thomas Joseph Schubert,
Mark
Okay.
Schulman.
C. Wang Shum,
Alan
I'm going
Abraham
to
Schwartzstein.
Claren Shelley
eat
Siegel
food.
Schwartz,
Joanna Sigmund.
Diane T. Signer,
Gregory Sikorsky.
Stephen Gerard Silver,
I don't know how you mistake
David
it because
Silver.
I mean it's like
Craig
breathing.
A.
For
Silverstein,
I would think for an
Nasima H.
officer
Simji.
you would know where your stuff
Bruce
is.
Edward Simmons,
Diane
I think
M.
she just-
Simmons.
Donald D. Simmons,
George W. Simmons.
Arthur Simon,
Kenneth Allen Simon.
and my brother, Michael Wittenstein. Michael, there aren't enough words to express how much you are missed and loved. And coming here every year, although it brings some level of comfort, it'll never take away the pain of you being gone. We know you're looking upon us. We're
Okay.
so proud
I'm
of
gonna
what your
eat.
nieces
I'm
and
gonna leave
nephews have
this on
accomplished.
because it's
We love
9/11
you and we
and
miss
it's a
you.
very important
Thank
day.
And
we'll
my
be back
uncle Greg Reedy. We know you are
after
dancing in
lunch
heaven.
break.
We love and miss you every single day. Thank you.
So I will see y'all in an hour.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LeCory Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Lewis Simpkin,
Jeff Lyle Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamlade Kami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel If Siskopoulos,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyena Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skirsepic,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sliwak,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Smagala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lawrence Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Moira Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shihadi Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Sohan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solaris,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Mary Ray Sopper,
Michael Charles Soresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Sulas,
Gregory Thomas Bagnoletti,
Donald F. Spampinato Jr.,
Thomas Barasio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and my fiance, Andrew J. Bailey. Andrew, in this very space is where we met and where I lost you. Losing you on September 11th changed my life forever. Though you left us and your baby girl Rocky far too soon, the memories we shared both at home and in this space will forever remain in our hearts. Myself escaping Tower 1, losing you, our friends, and my job in a matter of hours gave me a new sense of purpose. It gave me a voice to advocate and fight for what is right and wrong in this country. I'm here to remind everyone that life can change in the blink of an eye. So love more, especially your neighbors. Live more, laugh more with family and friends, because we are not promised tomorrow. Andrew, I knew you were up there doing what you loved on the 93rd floor at Marsh and McLennan, trying to bring people to safety. My family and I promise to keep your memory alive, ensuring that those around us will never forget you and all the lives lost on September 11th.
And my sister, Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse. Like all of these souls lost this day, my sister Lindsay was a bright light in our lives. And even though she left us 23 years ago, her light still shines strong in all that loved and knew her. I love you, Linz, and I also love this city and my fellow New Yorkers.
Robert Andrew Spencer,
Mary Rubina Sperando,
Frank Spinelli,
William E. Spitz,
Saranya Saran,
Fitzroy St. Rose,
Michael F. Stable,
Lawrence T. Stack,
Timothy M. Stackpool,
Richard James Stadelberger,
Eric Adam Stallman,
Gregory Stack,
Mary Dominica Stanley,
Anthony Starita,
Jeffrey Stark,
Derek James Statkovicius,
Patricia J. Stats,
Craig William Staub,
William V. Jane's backyard, there was no more family holidays with him. Now, listening to millions of stories today and hearing so many tears and cries and frustrations of lost ones, I'm here to tell you guys that they're fallen but not forgotten. My kids will never forget who their Uncle Michael is. I will never forget who my Uncle Michael is. I love you forever, Michael Angelo Trinidad.
And my aunt, Karen Joyce Klitzman. Aunt Karen, you were only 5 years old when you were taken from me, but I will never forget the memories we had together. You took me to my first Yankee game, my first Big Apple Circus, and even gave me my first slice of New York cheesecake. You were truly one of a kind. We love you, we miss you, and we will never forget.
Colleen M. Sapinski.
Robert Sutcliffe.
Thomas F. Thurkoff Jr.,
Leslie Ann Thomas,
Brian Thomas Thompson,
Clive Ian Thompson,
Glenn Thompson,
Nigel Bruce Thompson,
Perry A. Thompson,
Vanava Alexi Thompson,
Captain William Harry Thompson,
Eric Raymond Thorpe,
Nicola Angela Thorpe,
Tamara C. Thurman,
Sal Edward Thierry Jr.,
John Patrick Tierney,
Mary Ellen Tiesi,
William Randolph Tista,
Kenneth Tejan,
Stephen Edward Ty,
Scott Charles Temes,
Michael E. Tinley,
Jennifer M. Tino,
Robert Frank Tapaldi,
John James Tipping II,
David Tirado,
Hector Luis Tirado Jr.,
Michelle Lee Titolo,
Alicia Nicole Titus,
John J. Tobin,
Richard J. Tedisco,
Otis V. Tolbert,
Vladimir Tomasevich,
Stephen Kevin Thompson,
Thomas Tong,
Doris Torres,
Luis Eduardo Torres,
Amy Elizabeth Toyin,
Christopher Michael Traina,
Daniel Patrick Trent,
Abdul Karim Traore,
Glenn J. Travers Sr.,
Walter Philip Travers,
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass,
James Anthony Trentini,
Mary Barbara Trentini,
Lisa L. Treratola,
Karamo Baba Trera,
Michael Angel Trinidad,
Francis Joseph Trombino,
Gregory James Trost,
Willie Q. Troy,
William P. Slepes Jr.,
Zanetta Valentinovna Soy,
Michael Patrick Tucker,
Lance Richard Tumulty,
Ching Ping Tung,
Simon James Turner,
Donald Joseph Tuzio,
Robert T. Twome,
Jennifer Lynn Semis,
John G. Yusufer,
and my brother, Sergeant Thomas Edward Jurgens. You led a life of service to your community, to your neighbors. And while that ultimately cost you your life, you've had the really big impact on everyone's lives you've touched. And on a positive note, as an avid Yankee fan, just want you to know that the Yankees are #1 in the AL East. So I hope they have the Yes Network in heaven.
and my mother, Claudia Suzette Sutton. I'm almost 30 now, but still very much that 6-year-old girl waiting for you to come home. We love you and we miss you. We hope we are making and continue to make you proud. We carry you with us in everything that we do. Continue to watch over us.
Tyler Victor Ugalin, Michael A. Uliano, Jonathan J. Uman, Anil Shivari Umarkar, Alan V. Upton, Diane Marie Urban, John Damian Vacaccio, Bradley Hudges Vadas, William Valcarcel, Felix Antonio Bale, Ivan Bale, Benito Valentin, Santos Valentin Jr., Carlton Francis Balvo II, Pandyala Vam Shri Krishna, Erica H. Van Acker, Kenneth W. Van Auken, R. Bruce Van Hine, Daniel M. Van Laer, Edward Raymond Vanacore, John Charles Van Devander, Frederick T. Varachi, Gopalakrishnan Varadan, David Vargas, Scott C. Vassal, Azail Ishmael Vasquez, Ronald J. Vaughn, Archangel Vasquez, Santos Vasquez, Peter Vega, Sankara Sastri Velamuri, Jorge Velasquez, Lawrence G. Velling, Anthony Mark Ventura, David Vera, Loretta Ann Vero, Christopher James Villalonga, Matthew Gilbert Viana, Robert Anthony Vicario, Celeste Torres Victoria, Joanna Vidal, John T. Vigiano II, Joseph Vincent Vigiano, Frank J. Vignola Jr., Joseph Barry Villardo, Clarabelle Villalomos Hernandez, Sergio Gabriel Villanueva, Chantal Vincelli, Melissa Renee Vincent, Francine N. Virgilio, Lawrence Virgilio, Joseph Gerard Vinciano, Joshua S. Vital, Maria Pacopo Vola, Lynette D. Vosquez, Garo H. Vosquirijan, Alfred Anton Vuska, Gregory Kamal Bruno Waltler, Karen J. Wagner, Mary Alice Wallstrom, and my sister Jody Tepedino Nicolo, Tower 1, 105th floor, Cantor Fitzgerald. We love you, Jody. We miss you. And until we meet again, we will forever sing your praise. And my uncle, Luis Eduardo Torres. Uncle Theo, it's been 23 years since you've left this world. We take the time on this day and like every other day to look back at those countless memories of you and share emotions with the family. One of those memories I still cherish a lot are the ones Mommy tells about your career in the military. You served with passion and with dedication in the Colombian military for over 2 years while specializing in engineering and reaching your goal, which was to enter the Airborne Division and become a paratrooper. Except you had to leave to the States and leave the dream behind. So now I'll be following your footsteps with honor and glory. Last ceremony, I entered senior year. This year's ceremony, I graduate senior year and have dedicated my future with the U.S. National Guard and expect to leave this November for basic training to truly embark in this journey. I'm doing this for you, Theo, and your name. I hope you're proud of me. We miss you and love you. Te quiero mucho, Theo. Que Dios bendiga esta nación. God bless you all.
Honor Elizabeth Guineo,
Gabriela Silvina Waisman,
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford,
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott,
Victor Wald,
Kenneth E. Waldy,
Benjamin James Walker,
Glenn Wall,
Mitchell Scott Wallace,
Peter Guider Wallace,
Robert Francis Wallace,
Roy Michael Wallace,
Jean Marie Wallendorf,
Matthew Blake Wallens,
Meta L. Waller,
John Wallace Jr.,
Barbara P. Walsh,
Jim Walsh,
Jeffrey P. Walls,
Ching Wang,
Weban Wang,
Michael Warcola,
Stephen Gordon Ward,
Timothy Ray Ward,
James A. Waring,
Brian G. Warner,
Derek Christopher Washington,
Charles Waters,
James Thomas Waters Jr.,
Patrick J. Waters,
Kenneth Thomas Watson,
Michael Henry Way,
Todd Christopher Weaver,
Walter Edward Weaver,
Nathaniel Webb,
Diana Webster,
William Michael Weems,
Joanne Flora Weil,
Michael Thomas Weinberg,
Stephen Weinberg,
Scott Jeffrey Weingard,
Stephen George Weinstein,
Simon Weiser,
David M. Weiss,
David Thomas Weiss,
Chin Supak Wells,
Vincent Michael Wells,
Deborah Jacobs Welsh,
Timothy Matthew Welty,
Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers,
Sue Wee Wen,
John Joseph Wenkus,
Ole D. Wenderchuk,
Peter M. West,
Whitfield West Jr.,
Meredith Lynn Whalen,
Eugene Michael Whalen,
Adam S. White,
Edward James White III,
and James Patrick Weiss. White. Sorry.
and my sister Judith Ann Reese. Well, my dear sister, it's been 23 years since we lost you, and we miss you every day. In some ways, it seems like a lifetime ago, and in some ways, it seems like yesterday. All of us miss your smile, your sense of humor, and your carefree spirit. We miss so many things about you, and we have so many memories that bring a smile to our face. Whenever we hear a country western song, especially Garth Brooks, or any music from the 50s, we are reminded of how much you loved listening to their music. These memories and so many more are forever a part of the fabric of our lives. As you know, we were all deeply saddened with the passing of our nephew Brian 2 years ago. We miss his energy, his wit, and his passionate dedication to all who knew him. We take comfort in the knowledge that you and his mother, Elizabeth, welcomed him into heaven with open arms, and we know you're all watching over us. Judy, your nephews and niece and their spouses, Michael and Loma, Jackie, Kevin and Eileen, Christine and Joseph, and Dennis and Holly are awesome role models for their incredible children. Emily and Justin are a loving couple and are a constant reminder of all that is good in our world. As one sports season begins and another one comes to a close, I know you'll be cheering for your Washington Commanders, and Elizabeth will be cheering for her Yankees. Well, goodbye for now. I want to thank all the folks and volunteers associated with this memorial. Your dedication, your service, and your compassion are so deeply appreciated. May God bless all the families of 9/11. May God bless our first responders, our firefighters, our police officers, and all our veterans and those currently serving in our military. God bless America.
And my brother, firefighter John James Tipping II. 15 brave men were killed that day from John's firehouse. And from the onset, the men there have been there for us and our grieving families, despite their own grief. And still 23 years later, their comfort and support remains. So thank you for always being there for us. And thank you, New York City, and all the people involved in putting the commemorative remembrance together. It means so much to us to hear our loved one's name and know they are not forgotten. And John, this was written 23 years ago by your 12-year-old niece, Spencer. It's titled The Best Go First. When the unsavable needs saving and the unreachable need to be reached, the best help first. And when their perilous work is called for, the best answer first. And when going in may mean that they may not come back out, the best enter first. And when their life is at risk, they put others first. And when death comes silently lurking, the best go first. Oh my gosh.
John Sylvester White,
Kenneth Wilburn White Jr.,
Leonard Anthony White,
Melissa Y. White,
Maudlin A. White,
Sandra L. White,
Wayne White,
Leanne Marie Whiteside,
Mark P. Whitford,
Leslie A. Whittington,
Mark T. Woolley,
Mary Lenz Wyman,
Jeffrey David Weiner,
William J. Wick,
Allison Marie Wildman,
Glenn E. Wilkinson,
Ernest M. Wilshire,
John Charles Willett,
Brian Patrick Williams,
Candace Lee Williams,
Crossley Richard Williams Jr.,
David J. Williams,
David Lucian Williams,
Debbie L. Williams,
Dwayne Williams,
Kevin Michael Williams,
Louis Anthony Williams,
Louis Calvin Williams III,
John P. Williamson,
Donna Ann Wilson,
William Eben Wilson,
David Harold Winton,
Glenn J. Winnick,
Thomas Francis Wise,
Alan L. Wisniewski,
Frank Paul Wisniewski,
David Wishwall,
Sigrid Charlotte Wisway,
Michael R. Wittenstein,
Christopher W. Wodencheck,
Martin Phillips Wolforth,
Catherine Susan Wolf,
Jennifer Yen Wong,
Su Chung Steve Wong,
Yin Ping Wong,
Yuk Ping Wong,
Brent James Woodall,
James John Woods,
Marvin Roger Woods,
Patrick J. Woods,
Richard Herod Woodwell,
David Terrence Woolley,
John Bentley Works,
Martin Michael Wortley,
Rodney James Wotton,
William Wren retired,
John W. Wright Jr.,
Neil Robin Wright,
Sandra Lee Wright,
Jupiter Yambem,
and my brother Glenn Davis Kerwin. Time passes. We have not and will not forget. We miss you.
and my uncle Salvatore P. Lopes. I'm so happy to be joined in person today by your youngest daughter, Nicole. Thank you, Uncle Sal, for her sister Allie, my Aunt Lorraine. Without them, our family is not complete, and because of them, I know that without you, our family isn't complete either. Keep smiling down on us. We love you and miss you every day.
John D. Yamicki. Vicky Yancey.
Shuyin Yang,
Matthew David Yarnell.
Myrna Yaskulka,
Shakila Yasmin.
Olabisi Shadi Layani Yi,
Kevin W. Yokum.
Edward P. York,
Kevin Patrick York.
Raymond R. York,
Suzanne Martha Humans.
Barrington Leroy Young Jr.,
Donald MacArthur Young.
Edmund G. Young Jr.,
Jacqueline Young.
Lisa L. Young,
Elkin Ewan.
Joseph C. Zaccoli,
Adele Agabi Zachary.
Arkady Zaltzman,
Edwin J. Zambrana Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri,
Mark Zangrilli.
Christopher R. Zabra Jr.,
Ira Zaslow.
Kenneth Albert Zellman,
Abraham J. Zelmanowitz.
Martin Morales Sempotal Tecate,
Ji Zheng.
Mark Scott Zeppelin,
Ji Yao Justin Zhao.
Yuguang Zheng,
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi,
Charles Allen Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper,
Salvatore J. Ziza.
Procopios Paul Zois,
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew Stephen Zucker,
Igor Zuckerman. And my brother John Fiorito. John, you remain with us now and forever in our hearts and minds, and your life and spirit continue to inspire us in many ways. Your sacrifice has strengthened us, and I know you are proud of how your son, has grown. We are confident you have found favor with God, and we ask the Lord to bless the precious souls taken on this day 23 years ago, to bless those who responded with self-sacrifice and bravery, and to help us move forward. May we never forget, and may God bless America.
and my brother Joey, Joe Calandrillo. Just a good man. Always putting everyone ahead of himself, and I don't know, when we leave Earth, I don't know where we go, but if they have basketball schoolyards there, he'll pick me for his team, even though I've been missing my hook shot center court about 7 out of 10 times. He'll pick me for his team. We'll probably lose because of me, but he'll take the rap as long as I'm not sitting over on the cement wall, crying because I wasn't picked. Just what a good guy. And that reminds me, you still owe me that. You still owe me a rematch on the one-on-one. Yeah, it was our last rematch, our last one-on-one in Plainview that time, and finally got the damn ball away from you. And I ran to center court. Great for playing teams, but bonehead move playing with you, playing against you, I should say. Anyway, I took my shot and knew where to stand. One jump, you had the ball, game over for me. You'll have to tell me, though, where I should have been so I don't lose again. All right, talk to you later. And I want to thank all the men and women in law enforcement and fire, first responders, and our military. They keep us free and they keep us safe. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Nancy Claire Beach, Stephen Dennis Cafriero Jr., Brenda C. Gibson, Florence Morgan Gregory, Richard J. Gardano, Myung Woo Lee, Timothy Michael O'Brien, Angel Perez Jr., Christopher J. Pickford, Joseph Patrick Spohr, Claus Johannes Sporkat, Alexandru Liu Stan, Karina Stan, Edward W. Schwab, George J. Strout Jr., Daniel Thomas Sir, Michael Anthony Tanner, David Gustav, Peter Tangelin, Shurish Yamadala, and my brother, Christopher Samuel Epps. We miss you, Christopher. It has been 23 years, and how your life in the beginning had impacted our family since our mother had you at an older age. We took care of you, we nurtured you throughout your years of 29 years when you became adult. You were in Tower 2 on the 98th floor as an accountant for Marsh and McLennan. We deeply miss you, Christopher. Not one day, hour, or moment that our family does not miss you. Your sister, your brothers, your nieces, your nephews, and your cousins all deeply miss you. They were there that horrible day, searching in hospitals, all up and down, placing flyers to find you alive. But God had other plans. But we are all grateful today for the freedom and liberties to live in the United States of America. We are all living in the land of the free and the home of the brave. I would like to thank President Bloomberg and his committee for every year, without fail, bringing us all together to pay witness and remember our family members. We are all here by grace, and love and peace, I pray, rest within all of us. Thank you.
You're so silly, Gwen. I gotta get a new microphone for my this computer. This is uh we are almost back. Oh, now they said 1:15. What in the devil? Make cheese. Like churn. Oh, I'm thinking of butter. What the heck? I'm so confused. Is it cold enough for chicken soup in a crock pot? I don't know what either one of y'all are talking about. You're talking about making and cooking and like making stuff. That's I don't understand that. What? What? Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't understand. I don't know what's happening. And gardening, I don't understand this. This sounds like work. Yeah, okay, so when you do that, Brandy, I'm gonna need you to like jar it or Ziploc bag that stuff, put it in the freezer, bag it up, send it on down here to Austin, okay? That's I mean, yeah. I know how, okay? Look here, okay? I'm from Alabama. I know how. All right? I just choose not to. I know how to use a crock pot and a rice cooker. I know how to do stuff. I just don't want to. My mama and my grandma, okay. Well, my poor grandma, bless her heart. But my mama cooked from scratch, like using a sifter and all this kind of shenanigans. Like we rolled the dough out with flour on the thing, the board, or whatever you call it. I don't look. Been there, done that. I don't what? Goat's milk? Yeah. Uh no. Look, I remember back in the day we had look, if you didn't put Crisco in it, it wasn't good. Okay? And my mama still uses stick butter. I hate stick butter. Man. Yeah, my sister still uses stick butter. I cannot stand stick butter. You give me a tub of butter. I want it in the tub. Yeah, I mean, we used to save bacon grease. That's how that we would yeah, we'd save bacon. We put the bacon grease in the old Crisco bucket. That's once you got done using the Crisco bucket, you just put the old bacon grease in the old Crisco bucket and you just reuse the bacon grease. Yep. I mean, that's how you used to do it. I don't know how have I ever made my mama's made bacon gravy. Yeah, in the cast iron skillet. Yeah, I don't know how children of the day today survive because now they're all gluten-free, nut-free, I don't know. Everybody's allergic to everything. I don't even know how these kids are living. Vegan, vegetarian, what else is there? I don't know, man. They can't have fiber, they can't have protein, they can't have nothing. It's so crazy. That's the only way we had biscuits and gravy. My mama would make breakfast. She'd make the bacon first because you had to have the grease from the bacon to make the gravy. So you could have biscuits and gravy with your bacon and eggs. We had real breakfast when I was growing up. But my poor grandma, bless her heart, she couldn't cook. She was terrible at it. She burned canned biscuits. She was the best, though. Yeah, I don't eat pork, so I don't like. Yeah, my grandma, she could burn some biscuits. She could burn toast, man. My grandma could burn boiling water. Bless her Kate. Bless her heart. I'm just reading bless her Kate. I'm reading Gwen's message. Bless her heart. See, I don't like stuffing. I don't like cornbread because I don't like stuffing. I've never liked stuffing. If your stuffing better be out of this world for me to eat it because I've never ever liked stuffing. It's just dry. I don't like turkey. I don't like turkey and dressing. I don't like potato salad. I don't like that either. It better be out of this world potato salad. Potato salad? I said potato salad and dressing. Turkey and dressing? Well, it's anything. If it's dressing, it tastes like stovetop. I don't know. I don't like turkey and dressing. I've never liked that. What? What cobbler? Oh, I love some cobbler and pie. I love pies. I like sweets. Just take me straight to the dessert table. I don't know what is say. I don't like celery. I don't guess I like sage. I don't know what that is. I like onions. I love peach cobbler. I like apple pie, but I'm not a huge cinnamon fan. So, oh, I like taco salad. My mama loves taco salad too. I like taco salad. I'm a very picky eater, which is really weird because I don't know how I am this. Oh, well, that's not what you. I don't eat sage. Sage is that's different. Sage is the stuff. Yeah, that's the stuff you burn to cleanse a house. Yeah. Like cleanse something. That's not edible. Well, okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't cook. I have people for that. They're called Taco Bell, Chick-fil-A, Chipotle, um, Panda Express. I don't eat stovetop. I don't eat marshmallows. I don't like marshmallows. Those are weird. I don't really like Thanksgiving food. I'm not a Thanksgiving food fan. No, Anyo, I don't like marshmallows at all. I don't like s'mores. I don't know what everybody gets a big deal about s'mores. Mm-mm. I don't like graham crackers. I don't like Hershey's, and I don't like marshmallows. I don't like any of those. And I don't like smell of fire pit. No, I like pumpkin pie better than sweet potato pie. Mm-mm. Well, if y'all hadn't figured out I'm crazy by now, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all been here long enough. You should know that by now. Oh, Brandy, did you watch the debate? It was a train wreck. Ooh, I love pineapple upside down cake. Don't mess with me about pineapple upside down cake. Y'all, where I work at the old people place, they are making pineapple upside down cake. First of all, no. Anyo, this pineapple upside down cake is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Worst stuff I've ever had in my life. I like, oh my gosh. I was picking on one of the guys that works in the kitchen. I was like, seriously, there's just nothing but a bunch of Mexicans working in the kitchen. Y'all can't make pineapple upside down cake. Well, I'm going to say about the debate, okay? I'm just going to give you my real feelings about it. She baited him and he fell for every bait. And he did not do well. I was very disappointed. She clearly had the questions beforehand and she crushed it. She rehearsed very well. She did a very good job of her rehearsed questions and answers. And he did not do as well as I had hoped he would do. So, see, I eat ham, which is weird because I like the honey ham, but I don't eat pork. I don't know what we're going to do. Who's cooking for Thanksgiving this year? I get box cake too, but it's already made and it's put in a box with a clear top on it. And it has a sticker price on it. And we just scan it over the belt at the grocery store. Yeah, that was, I mean, they just, it just wasn't a very good, it wasn't a debate. It was a nightmare train crash. Yeah, I can't stand her nasally voice. Yeah, we're going to be in Florida for Thanksgiving, so I don't know who's cooking or doing what. All I know is we need to, do we have, what's a Kroger? No. Yeah. We have HEB. Y'all need to look up HEB because, no, Anyo, there's no other store on the earth better than HEB. It's a Texas thing. And, HEB is the store. That's it. Kroger. Yeah. I haven't seen a Kroger in eons. The only other grocery store I think that I would ever shop at an Ebels? Ebels? I don't know what that is, Gwen. Yeah, I don't know, Brandy. I'm not gonna say you did great. I'm gonna say did I, but we'll say great. Yeah, we can't. I mean, the only stores we had back home were oh, okay. No. We don't have store. We have obviously we have Whole Foods because Whole Foods started here before they got too big for their britches, and then they sold out. They used to be like a local spot here in Austin years ago. Ah, yellow cake with caramel frosting. Oh, Randy, you're losing me, man, on these foods you're picking. I'm not a yellow cake fan. What's a Mayher? I don't know what that is. Nope. We have HEB, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. Look, we're highfalutin here in Austin, okay? Is it working? Look, I'm super based. Is that what it means, based? I'm a vanilla vanilla white cake, white frosting. Ooh, Walmart. Ooh. No. No, I wouldn't go to Walmart. I haven't been to a Walmart in no. I'm not. I'm way too bougie for Walmart. We got out of Alabama for a reason. I ain't going back to Walmart. I ain't about that life. Yeah, I can't. We can't shoot. Nobody can even do half foods anymore. Nobody ever answered the question last night. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Hello, are you? No. Nobody ever answered the question. Okay, y'all are getting too dang freaking Little House on the Prairie. All right, you got your own gardens. You're picking your own berries. What the heck? I walk my own dogs. Is that something? Can I get a? I mean, oh, Aldi. I know that store. Hey, they have some good stuff, man. I used to shop there. I haven't been to an Aldi in like 7 years, but I used to go there. I single parented it up one time. Yeah. Ugh, I don't go to Target. Yeah, when I was a single parent, I used to go to Aldi. Yeah. Take your own, put that quarter in the buggy. Take the buggy in there, fill it up. You got to bring your own boxes and bags and stuff. Gwen lives out in the sticks. What do you mean no? Hey, Aldi pays very well. They used to pay very well back before COVID. I had a interview. You know, Aldi gives their district managers and LP managers Audi to drive because they're based out of Germany. Why are you laughing at me? Are you laughing at me? What did I say? Yes, they give them Audis. I tried to work at Aldi. I was like, heck yeah, I'll drive that dang Audi. And I'll be pushing that buggy around.
For the jurors, but we have not made an inquiry of them yet today about whether or not they follow the court.
Yeah, they do. They sit down. They get paid 20 something bucks an hour to sit on their books.
Yes, sir. This morning, I apologize. Yes, there you go.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
And they usually only have one cashier working. I used to go get my Gouda cheese from Aldi's. Get my expensive looking crackers from Gouda. No, I ain't doing who. I'm definitely not doing better. Wait, yes, I am. I get to stay home all week. I only have to work on the weekends, but that's only because I have a really great man.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes,
I do walk my own
Please call your
dog.
next witness.
Dang.
calls Detective Jared Strickland.
I'm not throwing berries and stuff, but dang.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
You know, some people don't do that, okay? Like, I stay home
All
all the time.
set?
I actually
All
am
right,
getting a
please
house.
state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background, training, experience with various forms of financial, social media records, and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence as states exhibit number 10. Wait. Okay. It's already in evidence. Okay, certainly there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? And the case number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shaver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all of that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that,
3 years?
are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
I killed an airplane.
What kind of information is
I have an airplane.
Typically, there's a phone number as well as an
It
email
just
that's
needs
associated
air.
with that, along with what
And it's
Facebook
that.
calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
Do you think I could let
And as you
get
went
asparagus to
through,
grow?
those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shaver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shaver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
All right.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol.
I'm just a
This
crazy
is
lady.
a
I got
unique identifier to a
no
network
anything in there
that a
with that.
device
Just
is
crazy.
connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background,
It really has no idea what I'm doing either. So
of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
well, again, I can't keep an airplane alive, so obviously I can't keep that alive either.
Going to be referencing, go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into the issues involved with this IP address and things like that?
February 2018.
When you got the IP addresses associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And
So
which
when the
service
defense
provider
attorney
was
asked
that?
this guy,
and large,
"Are
it was
you an
CenturyLink.
IT man?"
And when
He can be like, "Yes,
you went to
yes, I
try
am."
to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shavers' Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been states HH. No, that's Ms. Shavers' records, the other one was Mr. Shavers. I'm showing you what's been previously, can you go ahead and just put that back in the envelope before? Showing you what's been previously marked as states HH. You recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within.
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shavers' Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it and initialed the thumb drive?
Yes, yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying a number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Or motion on this on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right. And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shavers?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shavers?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change their profile picture, with that type of thing?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence in states 36.
Any objection?
Same objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this.
I know, I'm waiting.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will
Yes,
be
it's
admitted into
overruled.
evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states JJ into evidence in states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shaver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? I believe the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shaver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared.
My
of the
caucus isn't that
information,
big.
contained in those folders.
Yes, it was.
And specifically what types of
I wish.
IP addresses were summarized for this purpose.
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
You go back through the summary in order to check, make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders.
Yes, I did.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
I-I-J-J-K-K. Oh, I didn't tell y'all. My procedure I had done did not work. I don't know if the doctor missed
Your Honor, same objection to the data
or
log
what the
summary
devil.
as to this is not a
But it
business
didn't
record,
work.
it's a summary, it's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't fall within.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So, ow. So we drove 2 hours for that procedure. And it did not work. So that's why I'm like so fidgety. Sorry. So, and then not only that, but then I find out that it was only going to last 12 weeks. I did not know that they were doing something that I would have to go get done every 12 weeks. I can't keep going anyway and having that procedure done every 12 weeks because you have to be, well, you don't have to, but I'm a big baby and you get put under. I mean, they're sticking a needle in you that's like this long, okay? So yeah, you're putting me under. But to have that done every 12 weeks, and I am a very lightweight person. I'm not lightweight person like my body,
Right.
but my
Detective Strickland, you had a chance to look
I'm
at
a
the
lightweight
summary
as
that
far
I
as
just gave.
Yes, I have.
anesthesia.
Is that the summary
That was
we
not
have just
supposed to knock
discussed?
me
Yes,
out.
it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved
So
A into evidence
it
as
does
number
knock me out.
38.
Me to have that done every
All right,
12 weeks is
over defense
ridiculous.
objection. Court will move exhibit KK
Oh my
into
gosh,
evidence
Gwen,
as
I
states
cannot
number
believe
38.
this is taking so
Your Honor, ask that
long.
the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly, please feel free to move.
And go ahead and bring all three of those.
Yeah,
forward.
I don't want to, even just to get the anesthetic, they have to put an IV in you, and I hate that. But You're knocking me out if you're sticking a needle in me the size of my dang arm.
IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the
I
Michael
can't believe
Shaver
they're letting that
account
sit
and
in
the
you as
Laurie
long as
Shaver
they are.
account
That's
shared?
ridiculous.
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to
Oh, God.
connect
Ooh.
to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, and you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And then therefore your IP account?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh.
If you were to go to Starbucks, and then you utilize their password and
That's
log into
horrible.
their account, would you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records.
Yeah, our
and page,
healthcare
13
system
from the
is
Michael Shaver records. Can you
ridiculous.
basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address log for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it becomes more recent in history. The information that you will see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just let it pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So basically it's a time zone that, for many different purposes, was used so that we don't have different time zones for everything, because we all have different time zones, things are relevant.
So Facebook has to send records probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose.
Yes, they could.
All right, moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself.
I just wonder how often she would take his.
Yes, it is. And can you
Did
show
she
that
have
there?
his phone out, taking his phone, using it whenever she
And then April 2016.
felt like it,
And then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this
or was she using
particular,
her phone to get into his
April
Facebook?
3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's
So
together
weird.
on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that,
That's
how far
effort,
apart is
you know?
that from
That's
the
like,
activity on the
obviously y'all can tell I'm lazy, so like I'm not going through all this effort.
12:07.
So that's within a half an hour.
Correct.
So
Moving
I'm
on,
not carrying around
up
two
to May.
phones and like
Still April of
checking
2016,
in.
specifically April
That's
21st.
just
Was
like
there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
that's
And
just way too much
can you
effort.
describe that for the jury?
I
Show
mean,
them
you did
if
send
I
that
was in
one
the
chick
summary.
flowers.
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
And
wrote her
what
a
was the time
poem
differential?
17
and went through the effort of trying to break up her
17.1.
marriage and all that stuff. So she's
And
pretty
the
cuckoo for Cocoa
summary
Puffs.
that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you, using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay, and can you show them where that is?
I mean,
In the
right?
parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on,
Hey, Kirsten.
now
welcome
in
back.
May 3rd of 2016,
I'm glad
what
you
was
made it back.
significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address, Mike Shaver's account with a login.
We're just talking about how much work she put into this
Uploaded photo. The
scheme.
times were
This after
approximately 15 minutes apart.
he was gone, like using his messenger.
I want to focus
It's crazy.
a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already
Oh,
in evidence.
please. Go start your
What
soup,
was
Brandy.
the first message
From
and
your
the date
veggies out of the
that
garden.
That message was sent from the Michael Shaver.
So the first date was February 25th, 2016. 7:43.
No, it did not help her.
Coordinated time.
And
She went and
did
did
you
all that
find
work for nothing.
Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort
Don't
of
forget when you make
flowers
that
to
soup, put some in a
Vanessa
bag,
Townsend.
freeze that stuff, send it to me.
And I'm sure it's previously been admitted into evidence in states number 32 are those records.
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townsend?
It is the top, which is on Tuesday.
Oh my goodness.
April 5th, 2016.
And what
I
about?
need you to start growing some corn though,
Was
so you
there
can
a
like
phone number shared
make barbecue
to
corn.
Vanessa Townsend utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time.
Yes,
The
yes,
message
and
read,
yes.
"Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townsend should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, "Your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back."
You should have left
When
the
you
tip
went
jar
off
out.
the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
Kirsten, this is the IP
activity
technology investigator.
Using that IP
He's the
address
one who
on the day that these messages started.
investigated the Facebook
Yes,
messages and all that
And
stuff.
what was the date and time?
This is the one that if the
That
defense
was
attorney asks, "Are you an
February
IP
25th, 2016.
specialist?"
at
This guy can say, "Why, yes, I
21:57
am."
Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history
When you're
extends
tracking
from November of
technology
2015 to November of 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history of the summary, and can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townsend prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townsend's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent. 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34 of this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent.
Yes, they are.
On both accounts.
Yes, they are.
37 and 38.
That sounds
what
awesome,
information-
Kirsten.
First of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd,
I love that.
2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now, on April 24th, does Laurie Shavers' account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And the is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to.
I wonder if the judge has this on a screen for him too, because he's not saying I can't see this.
2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa's house?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent.
Oh my gosh.
The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing
500?
you.
Whoa.
Let me show the defense.
She sent that chick that guy had to be on the stand earlier.
for identification.
500 images. Girl, I don't know. That would have been hard to stay in a marriage.
Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to check as to relevance.
I don't
Let's have a
remember. I don't
sidebar.
remember
Thank you.
that, Kirsten. Are they cookies? Honestly, the only thing I remember from Germany are my gummy bears, my cola gummies. I know, right? And there were these cracker cookies. They were like butter cookies. They came in a blue, purplish blue sleeve that I can remember. And then a Toblerone, of course. I love Toblerone. Something in a blue, purplish blue sleeve. They were butter cookies, though. But I don't know what they were called. I just remember those. And they were like a tin. There was like a tin of cookies that you could get. All different flavored, but they were all butter cookies. I remember those. There was something. Because cookies in Germany, I don't remember being very sweet. They were just not very sweet, but they were good. They just weren't very sweet.
All right, please proceed.
Showing you it's been previously marked for identification as states PPP. You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shavers' Facebook account that were sent to Vanessa Townsend through Mike Shavers' account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential mistake, the source of this information was from Michael Shavers' Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP
Yeah.
into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Any further? Okay, objections overruled over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Gosh, it's been so long, Kirsten.
Publishing portions of those photos.
Whenever my mom hears Leah talk, it takes her
These
back.
photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them for right now to get through this.
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information.
You can get that stuff at a place
You had
called World
mentioned there were
Market here,
screenshots
Kirsten.
of text
You can get,
messages?
there's like
Yes.
all these different sections in a store called World Market. There's German, there's Japanese, there's Chinese, tiny Korean section, or Asian section, if you want to call it that. They have different countries sections where they.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll
treats.
put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message to Michael Shavers, from Michael Shavers' Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townsend account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver,
What a
Facebook
witch!
records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the fence states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached. Just a quick approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
It was like fudge. She texts that woman, moving on looks good on you. What a witch. What a witch. Ooh. Herbert Wendler. Herbert Wendler. I don't remember this. Yeah, he is. This, wow, what a witch.
I'm showing you the state renews its motion to have this admitted as business records. Business records.
All right. And yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
I love the dark chocolate in Germany, though.
Those documents.
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shavers BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity?
Oh my gosh, they're calling him again?
Within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that we have discounted?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa House?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Oh my goodness gracious, live.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay. And just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shaver bank records, these BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shavers' account.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please,
Yes, sir.
He objected to everything for this guy, so. I wonder what he's going to ask him. Are you an IT specialist, sir?
Officer Strickland, is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle
Here,
the
just get this
digital
over with.
data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Gotta stretch.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy, several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Sir, I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay. Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence. Once it was put, typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned early on that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintained subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year. Okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay. With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, does Facebook, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change.
Yes, they can.
And identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to link it up from Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean?
What?
Tell me. What do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shavers' account was also used on Mike Shavers' account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
You can run through this in a second.
This guy's a little
I'm going to
annoyed.
show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay, look at that, please. On the first page, I think it's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. On paragraph 4, does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you what the exact copy was there, does it?
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay. And in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Meta, the records were saved in the format after searching Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information, but we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your.
Whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a.
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you.
Beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay, please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder. That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today dealing with the case before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure, correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date.
Objection.
I'm going to object to the approach.
Yeah, this
All right,
is.
come up for a sidebar.
Yeah. I mean, this is the attorney who doesn't even have a computer at his desk. I mean, this lawyer has binders. I don't know where she got this attorney, but he is not helpful. I tried yesterday to do the whole innocent until proven guilty, but I didn't even make it through yesterday. He is, I mean, and it doesn't look like the prosecution is going to rest today since they're calling this guy back this afternoon. So Yeah, it's not like she worked very hard to hide what she did, but then she worked very hard, which is really weird. It's like an oxymoron. She just didn't do a great job. It's just weird. Yeah, but she had like two boyfriends. She had two boyfriends, and then she got married. She got married somebody on the back on her husband's body. Yeah, in the backyard. That's what she did. She married her husband, and then she married him. And she married a new boyfriend. Yeah, if that were true, it would have been easily found out to be true, because I mean, all they would have done was like the GP residue on their hands, and they could have figured that out. It would have been super simple. It would have been a horrific situation. I mean, and she would have probably been held accountable. I mean, right? Yeah. That did not happen. That made no sense. Yeah, no. Aniel.
You'd acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents, does it, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's verified, a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure. The vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account.
Yeah,
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Access to the device or knows the password, absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Don't
Okay.
forget my jar.
And
Don't
when
forget jar
somebody is
mine.
at, as we
Send it in a
spoke
box.
of, like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shavers.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townsend?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, this is
Do you
the
know anything
ex-boyfriend.
about Jeremy Townsend?
Boyfriend.
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay.
Where is he?
Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townsend at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation, and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record, about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with purportedly Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records that have been introduced here.
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yeah, there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
And had there been, surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw messages dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
That sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have
He knows a
anything
lot.
to do with a crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with the crime?
Not directly.
Okay. They have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your report? Explain that to law enforcement?
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records in the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Now, CenturyLink, is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser's connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record
Right.
certificate?
This guy's
from
that nerdy
CenturyLink?
guy that was picked
I
on
did.
in
Okay.
school, and
Did
now
that
he's a cop.
business record certify the
He's got the
reliability of
nerdy
any of
job.
the records that you received from Facebook?
But he loves his job.
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
Get down. Get down. Ow. Gotcha. Maybe. Stop. Stop. Yeah, this I don't know what he's trying to debunk social media. I mean, I don't think you can debunk social media. And once it's out there, it's out there. Even people who delete their stuff, it's out there forever. Lost. Well, yeah. I mean, this guy clearly is a tech nerd, and he knows what he's talking about. And this lawyer who doesn't even have a laptop at his desk has no idea what he's talking about.
Have you seen any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well,
Oh my.
and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the passkey.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he is going nowhere with this technology stuff. I don't know.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2007?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2-year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period, that there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts?
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, what's your answer?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. If an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2018, did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs? Okay, may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going to be recalled.
All right, sir. So you're subject to recall. Thank you for appearing today. Have a
Yeah,
good
the
day.
prosecution's not going to rest today.
The state calls
None.
Tammy Dale.
All right, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Tamara Rose Dale, Tamara Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale,
where you work.
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations. So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives, homicide, sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018,
2018, I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
and how did you become involved into the investigation relating to the death of Michael Shavers?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
When did that?
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Thorier leave?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townsend and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives who work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes. So the lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shavers' phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked into?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Okay. And what efforts were made in order to track down the information associated with that?
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm sure.
Excuse me.
Previously in Market States MM. All right, this time the state moves states MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states MM will be admitted into evidence of states number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records? Are those the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Yes, sir. 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver.
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course, who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talks about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of the person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for?
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018. And if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name of the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for EdCot, which is where Mike looked at.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0419, which, at least at the time, was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shavers' cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and I believe you said 0419 number for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
0419, yes. So this would be my cell phone, and these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back. There's at least some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
Okay. And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number, but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity on the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shavers' account after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call after that.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that. What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m. an incoming call.
All right. And what was the number associated there?
352-787-2277.
And did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Mariner Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence of states number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance. And do these records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Wow,
Did
she
you
went
also
through
obtain
a lot of
the records
crazy effort.
For that second
I'd have
number
canceled that phone
associated
line.
with the account?
0419. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
And then was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant. Yes, sir.
Showing defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit NN.
What did she have phone service through? Man, just paying extra. Why are they sidebarring now? This defense lawyer keeps trying to debunk all this technology, but I don't.
You're at this time the state of which states proper business record certification into evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
42. All right. Over defense's objection, states NN will be admitted into evidence as states number 42.
Going to ask that you go ahead and look at those records. Are those the records associated with the second phone number associated with that account?
Yes, sir. 0419.
And do these records also reflect activity to or from the 5121 number belonging to Michael Shaver preceding November 7th, 2015?
Yes, sir. Those are the highlighted portions.
And how long after November of 2015 do the records that you obtained associated with Laurie Shaver's phone number, do they go?
These records went until April 20th, 2016.
And during that time frame between November of 2015 to April of 2016, is there any attempts to call the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Is there any calls to that phone number associated with Laurie Shaver from that 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Now,
So she wasn't worried about her husband. She wasn't calling checking on him.
during the course of the investigation, there was a phone
She wasn't
number
like, honey, where you
that
at?
was submitted through a Facebook message from Michael Shaver's account
She
to Vanessa.
knew he was no longer on this
Familiar
earth.
with that phone number.
Yes, sir.
And was research and attempts to look into that phone number done through search warrant as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing an offense what has been previously been marked for identification as states 00.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right. Over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move states 00 into evidence as states number 43.
All right. Over defense's objection, states 00 will be admitted into evidence as states number 43.
He does not need that.
Now, in states 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature or took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
April 16th, no, April 6th, thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which was Mike's number. Cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townsend, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shavers' account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
All right. And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP.
Y'all ever wonder how the prosecution decides we're going to have these amazing witnesses, then we're going to have these witnesses that are the boring ones, but they're definitely needed information. We're going to put them in here. Is this the exciting stuff?
Your Honor,
I don't
this time
know.
the state would move State's PP into evidence as a certified court file, court document from case number 2016 SC.
She seems very uncomfortable.
1508.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, State's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as State's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's a Lake County Court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shavers.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath the fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that the number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Constant, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
Wow, she changed the number. She kept his number. She kept his phone and changed the number. She went through a lot of trouble. This is
The
ridiculous.
time frame, you can go
This
ahead and see.
woman. She makes no sense.
During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And you also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Shaver,
I need LaDonna or China in
That
here.
was
I gotta
at your
ask
house.
one of them a question.
Did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you interview?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done.
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townsend's involvement that required further investigation?
Where is this
by
Jeremy
the
person?
sheriff's
They need
office at
to
the time
find
of
him.
either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Shavers' involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her and the child advocacy interviewed her?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Shavers?
Yes.
And the any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point?
Correct.
And Ms. Isabel Shaver, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the pending case?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
Well, they got his wife up there. Surely they can find
As
him.
part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, our law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real world situation, unlike at the range, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something
I don't know why
behind
they
that
can't
person,
find him if they
we're
can find his
responsible for
wife.
that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target. And if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming
Right.
at.
There you go.
And you stop your
Boy,
threat,
Behar,
number one.
on the View.
And number two, you're less likely to miss, even under stress. And even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving, and everything else is
Shoot him
going
in the
on.
leg or something.
If anyone
Center
trained
mass.
with that type of training, that would be just ingrained as second nature.
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy. And every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Center mass.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move the screen out of the way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
You don't train to hit him in the leg or the arm or the foot or do desk pops. Not how it works. Hey, Trial Junkie. What's up?
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
May?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left, and I helped out more after she left. But
I inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective.
Jeez,
I was
dude.
a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
Okay. You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and
Got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
yes, this is my first law enforcement job. Yes, sir.
Right. You only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
That's like when people say no offense.
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
No
Within
offense
my
to women, but
report
you
to gather
guys,
information.
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer. No, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by.
Okay. That's your deposition.
oh yeah, how is the weather? I need LaDonna or
It's her report,
Hannah
the
to be
data.
on here. I gotta ask
She
a
submitted
serious.
it.
I have a serious question. Only one of them can answer. Or another black
Fire
person.
approach.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
I do need a black person. I'm not
So,
being.
yeah, let's park this, I guess, back.
I'm not. I'm serious.
All right, sidebar, please.
I know it is. It sounds racist, but I'm serious. My grandson he's mixed, and I need to get look. I think the baby mama trying to get over on me, but I'm not trying to spend $100 on hair care product. But my son, this is my son. He just called me and he was like, "Can you help me get some curling shampoo, conditioner, and sculpting gel for curly and coily hair?" But he sent me this stuff costs $100. I ain't trying to spend $100 on something for a 5-year-old. It's Redken, but I'm sure there's something else that can be used. So what can I use? What's good for mixed race hair? He has beautiful curly hair. But I need to know what else I can. There's got to be something else, right? I'm not trying to spend $100. They'll go through that. I don't know how often. I don't know anything about. I know Korean hair. My child, we have Korean hair, so Korean hair is a pain in the butt. But he, bless his heart, he's got mixed hair, so I don't know. I'm just asking. Anybody knows? Tell me what you suggest. Shampoo, conditioner, and apparently some bond for gel, sculpting gel. But that's expensive to me.
Officer, showing you a document. Is your name anywhere on or within that document?
Yeah, so I don't know. I've never I don't know. I'm very ignorant for this, so.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 1 at the moment. Oh, you talking about this post-it note?
No.
Yeah, Ash has beautiful hair, but he does not like his hair messed with. So I think they're trying to
It
find
looks
something
like
that they can
just a
put in
bunch
there
of
and
typed notes. I don't know what it is.
Are those notes your notes?
keep it a certain way for a while.
I think so. I don't.
Do you bring any records with you to?
But she sent him some $100 stuff. I'm not trying to spend $100. I think they're really.
What would you have brought?
I mean,
You
for
recall?
5-year-olds,
No,
that's
I
a
don't
lot
recall.
to me.
Okay, does that document that you
But I know you
hold
got to take
in your
good
hand,
care of their hair.
does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Take your time.
Dang, she's like, I'm looking. Hello.
Eric, can we approach this?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
What is the man? He is like. Yeah, she wants me to get this stuff. Well, he wants me to get this stuff that she sent him called Redken. I know Redken's a salon brand, but I'm sure there is something that you can get that's not Redken. That's not $100. I'm just wondering. So if anybody has any advice for me, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Please and thank you. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna go for that. Well, she's I mean, she should know what to put in his hair, right? But I mean, he is mixed, so not anymore. No, he's back with her. Thank God he's not with his grandma anymore. But he'll be with my son soon, I hope. Sooner than later. But I should be careful what I say on here. I just think that's expensive. I don't mind getting him his stuff, but I think that's a lot for a 5-year-old. If anybody has any advice, I appreciate it.
Probable cause
Because I
in
don't
this case.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Is it fair to assume you were the primary officer making that decision?
No. I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Somebody tell you?
No. No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
Ella and
yes,
Schwartz
that's
talk,
correct.
those are good.
So
Yeah.
it was based on your conclusions.
I just don't know
that
what's good for
Laurie Shaver
I
was
just want something that's
arrested,
going to
correct?
last.
You're the one that vouched for the arrest.
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay.
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As his case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at any
No,
time?
it was not.
Okay. How long was the investigation?
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So
Did you ever put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet. So we have a section called cold case files. Yes. And I know what you're talking about, but that's the only place we trying to put cases to get more information. But we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular individual when you put that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to search warrants. I don't remember exactly what day it happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding any evidence, any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on.
Okay.
What we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye, to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Charles, he's found something.
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah,
it was a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm saying.
So you-
No.
Your decision.
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit. Yes. Yes.
Group decision, but that you were part of
I
that.
think we
Yes,
have learned
absolutely.
in all of these trials that there's always somebody that has to sign the affidavit.
It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it. So I signed it.
I like that she said that.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I love that
Did
she
at any
said that.
time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or
That
did
is
you assume that?
awesome. That was a
yes,
good
I did.
one.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be
That was
guarded?
a good one.
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Now, you, along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
We just keep trying to make it like she made the decision. Yeah, I'm going to tell my son I'm not spending $100. Can I just tell him that?
Okay, you and others evidently within the department proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yeah, I'm telling him
Laurie
I'm not
Shaver
spending
with
that
the
for a 5-year-old.
crime
Sorry.
of murder in the
But I
second
will
degree,
research. I'm
correct?
going to research.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
What in the world?
Sidebar, please.
Woo! That prosecutor's head is like, man, I love that she said that. I would like to get that in a clip. Not the Declaration of Independence. Not everybody can sign it. That is the best. Her saying that, and then the wife on the stand with those looks that she was making when she was having to testify. That's probably the best all day. Because this trial has been just kind of lagging, but that was good. So he's trying to say, Kirsten, because she signed the arrest warrant, basically, he's trying to put her as the one that chose to arrest Laurie, as the only one that chose to arrest Laurie. And that's not how it is. One of the officers had to sign the arrest warrant. As a whole, the unit that was assigned to this case, they all were a part of the investigation, but only one person can sign the arrest warrant, and she just happened to be the officer that signed it. So he's trying to make it sound like she's the only person in the entire police department that thought Laurie was the person that did this crime. So therefore, she was the one who signed the warrant. She was the one who wanted her to be arrested. She was the one who chose her as the person, the suspect, everything. And she's like, no, we all investigated it. This isn't like our United States Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, where everyone who investigated it could just sign the arrest warrant. So she was saying not every officer could sign the warrant. It's not like our Declaration of Independence where everybody signed it. So she was being a smart aleck. And it's hilarious. I thought it was hilarious.
Officer, I was asking you about the decision that y'all made internally. And as to the crime of murder in the second degree, are you aware of the elements?
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime?
Oh yeah,
of
and she's
second degree
inexperienced,
murder?
but
So
no
unlawful
offense to her.
taking of a human life.
He's not trying to
not
demean her
premeditated,
in any way.
Obviously.
I'm sorry.
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
Do I have a statute book?
No.
Well, I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
She's not an attorney, dude. It's probable cause. Yeah.
When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death? Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head. I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No. I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements, but nobody suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense.
Her facial expressions and her responses.
And normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination, you looked at some documents, saw a certificate of an address change?
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
She does
Did the
not know
address
what to
change
make
have
of
anything to
him.
do with the homicide?
She's like, what? Are you serious?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, correct?
No. No.
Yeah, Kirsten, she's like, I don't know what's happening right now.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Right.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive? No.
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but
no financial motive in this case.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put in there. I would have to put then. I didn't uncover a financial motive. I didn't uncover this motive. I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one, it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
I mean, well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
The fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day, correct?
No.
They didn't go to work. Come on, man. Don't you get it?
Yeah, you understood, pursuant to the requirements, that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver.
But you got to put that in there, John.
Okay, for somebody acting on her behalf,
everything.
correct?
Correct.
Even the
Now,
stuff you don't
you
find.
weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify
You weren't
what
there, were
happened
you?
during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir. If that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed a homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay. Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes. including that.
Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time.
Okay. If you were involved in the case at that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
What?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then no one, we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
You know what his relationship was with his family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one. Since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Right.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a FirePit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into that decision?
Dude.
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him? Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered
him? By itself, no.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him. The two of them left together. Last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her?
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listing to you
Okay.
is what led me to conclude that no one else did. And
Well, let you think.
no, just everything I'm listing.
Everything you're listening to. Okay. And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver to that pit.
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay. There's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide.
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link.
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes, there's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No.
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
Well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't,
Okay.
then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No.
Any hairs from her?
From no one, no.
Okay. So were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else, that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So I mean, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger, and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Oh, well, I wasn't there, but I know who
You
says.
don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Wow, he is just like. I mean, she's an investigator. What she does.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Mm-hmm. Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook?
So Laurie Shaver is going to pour a
This is
patio.
hilarious, LaDonna.
And
I'm
she's got on
cracking up with this
Facebook
one.
photos of the concrete she's going to do it with. Correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that, put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggests that this person didn't know the body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
We usually go about
I
advertising
do have a question for you.
that they're going to put a patio.
This witness is hilarious,
over a
though.
body, do they?
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. It was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
I think she's the only one who's finished a water bottle up there.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would.
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laying?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Do you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
Implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and apparently the smell, like he was rotting in the yard, and her neighbors could smell it. But because they lived in such a rural area, they just thought it was a dead animal.
There was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. You disagree with that statement?
She said they had a ceremony. They didn't get married.
Her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16.
He's like, I don't know what's happening right now. Bless her heart.
You'll read that.
Line 14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
File junkies out. Were you on here when her husband testified?
Was in the pit or partaked and placed
They
in the
just
body
had that
in the
ceremony
pit.
was in the
Can I see
backyard.
that
They
again?
didn't actually get married.
That's what that said.
day.
I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I
He
was,
had told
I was
him that she
reading
didn't
rather
want to
than
get
paying
married.
attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me
And she had a bad
Only do one
experience.
thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late.
So they had a ceremony, but not actual legal marriage. They actually got legally married in 2020.
I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know
After
that
they
Ms.
already
Shaver,
found his
back to my question,
remains and
had
everything.
anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking,
Yeah.
did she
So
know the
let's
body
go
was
further.
Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me, and I say correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So it's not a matter that the
Which he was pro Lori when he got up there, because the brother testified.
No, there's got to
after,
be some evidence
and
to
he
establish
was
that
opposite.
Ms. Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Camuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Camuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes, sir.
For that minor?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at Child Services?
Children's Advocacy Center?
Yeah.
Yes,
It
sir.
wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center. She was interviewed by the professional interviewers.
Gosh, Quinn, y'all
And
are
no information was gained from that child, correct?
About
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right? She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
What do you mean she didn't say anything about anything?
Do you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but
Sidebar, please.
Wow, he is like terrible. Okay, LaDonna, I got a question. Look, my son just called me earlier and he's asking me to get some hair stuff for my grandchild. My grandchild is mixed, right? He has really curly hair, but you got to put special stuff in it. So I don't know what to put in it. So I'm asking you, seriously, help me. The baby mama, he's 5. She is suggesting this Redken shampoo, conditioner, and gel, but that stuff's $100. What do you use? What is the best stuff to put in hair, mixed hair? So he's half black, white, and Korean. So I don't know what to put
This
in his
minor
hair.
child didn't fail to
Type it in there in the
provide a
comments.
statement. The
Help me
child
out,
didn't
please.
give you any statement,
Thank you.
correct?
it sounds like you're saying she gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About
the event.
Oh. Just some kind of detangler?
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did
Well,
you
I don't
shoot your
need to
dad?
spend $100 on Redken, is what you're saying.
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Right. Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just general.
Yeah, Trial
generally
Junkies
what
is
you
like,
said. Yes, sir.
no.
And whatever the state
I'm like,
revealed to you,
$100,
did you
that's a
follow
lot.
up on whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for. If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, there was no, we covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
Thanks. Yeah, I was Googling stuff. I just
And you
want to make sure I
testified
don't. I
previously
want
that you
something good, but something
take the
that'll last.
position that
And that's
there
affordable
must
that
be
I can
some
keep
evidence,
sending.
not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes.
Okay.
That
And
was
you understand there was no link ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that,
Yes,
correct?
I told my son I wasn't doing that. I said, I'm going to research. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I found a bunch of stuff. Like, I just am sure there's something.
Was there any DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver
No, sir.
to this crime?
No, sir.
Right.
Okay. I will.
There was no digital
I'm not
device
spending
recovered
$100.
in this
I
case,
just so
was
y'all
there?
know, I'm not doing that.
No, sir.
You would agree with me that creates, to a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn in this investigation how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
I know I sound ignorant, but I
No,
really
I
do
didn't
want to make sure
do
I do
anything
it
with
right,
IP.
but I'm not trying to spend no dang
Okay.
$100.
Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
Okay. All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as
I'm
Michael
waiting on you to
Shaver
come
on
back. So
Facebook,
I'm like, I need LaDonna or China on here. I got to ask a serious question.
you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay. Do you know whether or not anybody in the house could have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Lori.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townsend was in a relationship for some term with Lori, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townsend was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townsend had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay, let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Lori, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Lori, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, he's with his mama. She ought to know how to do that. I'm thinking.
Email document that's
That's beautiful curly hair.
came from Laurie Shaver exclusively.
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
He keeps calling everything an email.
But every single
This
one
man
came
is
from
old.
Lori exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Lori and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me, that's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know.
She is,
I don't
Ladonna. It's
know.
hilarious. She's cracking me up.
Looked at anything.
You should have heard her
accounts of
earlier.
Jeremy Townsend,
He
correct?
said an arrest warrant was not like the
I didn't, no.
Constitution or the
Anybody?
I don't think so.
Declaration of Independence. Not everybody could sign it, so somebody had to
Did you
sign
meet
it
with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
because she
No,
was
sir.
the one who signed it. He is hammering into her, trying to.
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Are you an IT specialist?
Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there.
Do you know anything about the cloud?
I don't know if this is going to be numbered.
Where is the cloud?
Did you talk to, who was the IP investigator? What's his name? That just testified, do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland. Yeah,
Talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked. Yes, sir.
Talk to you about revolving
Right.
IPs?
That's another good one, Kirsten.
We talked. Yes, sir. But I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that
Dominic
at all.
Ramsey.
Cost.
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
I know, Brandy. I know it's you. I was saying Kirsten. She's trying to start a YouTube channel. I want her to do her little tarot thing for that. I can see. I'm not that
You
blind.
testified
I think.
on behalf of the state about, and
I think some
I
rich
covered
people,
this, but
not her parents, are involved in that because who writes
utilities being listed in
attaché
Laurie's name, correct?
in a ransom
The cell phone bill.
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information.
Earlier today.
It's too
Right.
late for that, Brandy.
Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today, I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shavers' name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for. I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
No.
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't. A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townsend, it's my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition. Line 15.
Okay. Sorry, page 45.
Just look at page 45.
Wow, why is he on this particular
The question was
investigator?
asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townsend? Page 45, line 13.
Okay.
14. In your response,
Okay, yeah, you you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shavers' records were reliable, could be looked at, and could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable, but
Is that what you said?
it said we're gone, did it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
Gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Well, it's afternoon, I'm tired too.
I'm sorry. I know I just read it.
45, line 15 through 18.
It says,
You want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay, and who was she?
She at one time dated Mike Shaver.
Okay, did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that again was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
Oh, Brandy,
No,
you're
I don't
right
think
that
that's
he
why.
does.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I'll refer you to page 61.
Very monotone.
Line 10 through 12.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay, so you didn't look at Ms. Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about. In
Well,
your
that was
mind.
your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
You answered it as such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Give the jurors a comfort break at this
Oh.
time.
Very well, Judge.
Thank
So,
you.
we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the
10
jurors out.
minutes.
Thank you.
Oh. Why did you have to say that, Brandy? Because he does sound like him. Weird. Oh my gosh, he's gonna be.
All right. Is there anything further before we recess? Please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
It's already 4 o'clock there. They're planning on calling the technology guy back. They're gonna call the technology guy back up there. That's not gonna be any fun. Okay, so I'm thinking about getting.
Yeah, they look like. I didn't have my internet when I got here, but yeah. Thank you.
The iPhone 16 is out.
Certainly, that's
Or
fine.
coming out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Friday is pre-order day. I gotta see what kind of deal everybody's having, or my T-Mobile's having.
Need to use restroom or anything? I don't think so.
I know that's not
I know, but they're the new. I need a. It's if I'm using Apple for everything, which I don't. I might need to get a new Apple. Just get an Apple phone. My son just got on to me because I don't have an Apple phone. I know. I don't have. I stop it, trial junkies. You don't know me. He could. I think he should. I think he should just add me to his phone line so that I don't have to have my phone bill anymore. Since he just asked me to spend $100 on dang hair product for a 5-year-old. Oh, seriously? He said it's curl product. She's tried other things, and that's what we are going to go with. I don't understand. Why does it got to be that? That's insane. That's how they get you as the grandkids, man. That's how they get you. Man. Y'all need to be like on my sister like you are on me. My sister's got a kid that's the same age as mine. Does the same thing to her. Has anybody been watching Young Thug? What? Oh, the Young Thug. I heard, did y'all see the prosecutor get all she got all, her and the guy on the stand went back and forth with each other. No, I'm not spending $100. I don't even spend $100 on my self for that kind of. Yeah, but are you an IT? But were you there? Did you see the thing happen? Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with Diddy. Can y'all explain what is happening with Diddy? Are they doing anything with him, or is this just going to be like another R. Kelly situation where he just gets is it ever going to go to trial or anything? Is he ever going to get criminally charged? I mean, I think he's a man abusing perv too, right? Is he ever going to get criminally charged with anything? They are investigating. I mean, it's just been all over, plastered all over the media. I mean, he's been trial by media for sure. Yeah, that was terrible. Oh my gosh. And he's still out and about. Yeah, but I don't understand why he's getting so much freedom. I think the Young Thug trial, LaDonna, is going to end up in a mistrial. I think they're not going to. I think that I think it's going to end up in a mistrial, and those people, that jury, I mean, how long has it been going on now? Yeah. I think it's going to end up in a mistrial. Yeah, it's been going on for almost a year, right? It's over 200 days, I think, easily. But I think it's going to be a mistrial. This jury has got to be exhausted by now. I mean, that whole courtroom is nothing but attorneys and clients. If you look at they go into the gallery. The attorneys and clients go all the way into where audience should be sitting. That's how deep it goes with people, just lawyers and clients. But they I don't even know, because the prosecution table has a bunch of lawyers too. I wonder how many alternates they have. I wonder if they've lost some of their some of the jurors yet. Surely they have. They have to have lost some of the jurors. I mean, they can't possibly have kept jurors this long. $40. That's a lot. $40 and gas mileage. That's more than I would think. No, she's not going to let that case go. I don't know what we give. What do we do? I've never been called to jury. How many of y'all have been called to jury duty? I've never been called for jury duty. You've been called for jury duty? I've never been called. Oh. Oh, I just want to know how the case is going to go forward for Karen Reed, considering almost everybody is under investigation that did the investigation. I've never been called for jury duty, and I've always wanted to be called for jury duty. And I never have. I haven't seen the full interview. Have you already seen it, Trial Junkies? Oh, I will have to watch it. I like Annie Lee. She's good. And she got picked up by Law and Crime, I think. There's a couple YouTubers that got picked up by Law and Crime. Yeah, I feel like until the case is done, you shouldn't open your mouth. Because, you know, both Petersons, Scott Peterson and what was the other Peterson? There were two Petersons, right? With their wives. Were weird on TV. Yeah, Grizzly True Crime is good. Yeah. She's all over the Soto case right now. Yeah. Wait, is it Grizzly True Crime is all over the Soto case right now? I can't. Drew Peterson. Yeah. That's right. Trial Junkies. Drew and Scott Peterson, both of them with their wives, but they both acted weird. Drew Peterson was like he had his own TV show or something going on. And Scott Peterson was very evasive. Yes, I saw Bullhorn Betty. She's in trouble for the child because she's trying to give coverage for the case. And oh shoot.
Okay. And yet still that didn't trigger anything in your mind as to maybe the dispositional attitude or mindset of Jeremy Townsend to look into, correct?
We did look into him.
Okay. You can't say you looked into this man in depth, did you?
Oh, really?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Yeah.
We did look into him, yes, sir.
You look into him in depth.
Sebastian Rogers. That's
I
right.
believe so.
Yeah.
You believe so?
Yes, sir.
You never went through any financial records of Mr. Townsend, did you?
No.
And we just heard your testimony a moment ago that his Facebook data was not looked into because you perceived it as too age old and insufficient to be able to evaluate, correct?
We didn't look at his Facebook data.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Shavers was, correct?
We looked at hers, yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's talk about the fire pit in the house. You are aware that there's a simple distance between the house and that fire pit, correct?
I don't know what you call a considerable distance, but yeah. We did. I don't know the distance, but yes.
Okay. Did it factor into your mind before you signed that probable cause affidavit that somebody had to get the body to the grave?
Yes.
Did you factor in the physical strength of any and all possible suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the physical abilities of Miss Shaver at that date and time?
Meaning what?
Her physical abilities.
I know her approximate weight. I know that everyone said she was Athletic. She went to the gym. Muscular is how she was described
Oh, I
to
gotta
me.
look that up, Child Junkies. I don't know who that is.
Did you look at the
You know
grave
him?
site, evaluate the depth, and think about the height of the individual and anybody that may be standing in there and digging it?
It was. I was told it was about 3 feet deep. I never saw it.
Okay. Did you link that up in your mind possibly with Mr. Townsend versus Miss Shaver?
Yes, and I fully believe Miss Shaver could have drug a body, presumably on a tarp, across grass, that distance to the grave.
Okay.
Yes.
And reaching that conclusion that you just did you ask for any specific analysis on the tarp to see if there was any chlorophyll or any ingrained soil within the tarp that would suggest movement by Miss Shaver?
Chlorophyll, you mean from grass?
From grass?
No, sir.
Yes.
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Did you point that out in your probable cause affidavit?
No.
And I believe when we discussed this, it was your position that really this case could be evaluated just based on common sense.
I don't know if those were my words. I don't recall.
Okay. I'll refer you to your deposition.
Okay.
Have you looked into it, Child Junkies? That might be a good case for your channel.
The direct, yeah. So line 50, bottom, page 5, line
I don't
1,
know
I
about
think
that
it
one.
is.
Page 50, line 1.
I think it's page 50, I think it's, and carrying on to page 51. So we begin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I think at some point common sense has to come into play.
Yeah, okay. So that was really the factor you relied upon and signing that affidavit, correct?
I mean, again, this is one line in an entire depot. Can we?
Go ahead, read it.
Hey.
How much of it do you want me to read?
Well, was that a factor that you relied upon in signing that probable cause affidavit?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because we know there was no digital data in the house. We know there was no DNA in the grave site, correct?
Correct.
I'm just
There were no
familiar with the
forensic, we
group
know there
here,
was
so
no
in case I'm
ballistics,
not
correct?
Correct.
well versed on it.
We know there was no eyewitnesses, correct?
Correct.
So in your conclusion, absent all that evidence, it was your position, just rely on your common sense, correct?
In so many words, I guess so. According to my depot, yes, sir.
Again, I want you to tell me, when was the last date that a call went into Epcot from Michael Shaver's phone?
November 7th, 2015.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
So I would just be interested in what that was like to be in such a big city, to have a spotlight. Like how big was it in a big city like that when you have so much other
You
stuff
also
going on?
made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not the problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you ever determine who the primary offender was that she was assessing?
I believe it was Laurie.
So Laurie committed the crime and Laurie's assessing herself?
Sidebar, please. Thank you.
So what year was it, Trial Junkies? Yeah, so he was a cop. Yeah, I remember seeing the videos and some of the crime shows about it. But back then, that's when people still had I guess cable or whatever, so the news was still on TV. Like now we have all these Netflix and stuff like that. So I don't we had just had a big case here in Austin. It was the bicycle case, the cyclist, and it was all over Austin. But I mean, if you didn't have cable and watch the actual local news, it really wasn't in your face.
With the crime of accessory after the fact, would you tell us what the elements of that crime are?
Helping essentially clean up
yeah.
the crime or cover up the crime afterwards.
Covering up the crime. Okay. For another individual?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're assuming Laurie, this is my understanding, was covering up the crime for herself?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. So, what was the aid or assistance that she was offering herself that you uncovered?
Well, covering up the crime for 2.5 years and disposing of the body.
So you assume that she disposed of the body, and you've offered no evidence in support of that, correct?
I believe she did.
Okay. And in all the digital data we see messages from Laurie Shaver to Laurie Shaver offering to cover up a crime for herself.
No. No,
Do we see any communications from Laurie Shaver or presumably Michael Shaver offering any evidence to cover up any crime for anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect.
Lieutenant Dale, when you refer to totality of the circumstances, what are you talking about?
Well, the entire case, everything in the probable cause affidavit. In other words, as I pointed out, if you take any one line in the affidavit or any one thing, no, I wouldn't have arrested Laurie for any one thing, for her phone bill, for any one thing. But you have to look at the case as a whole and put all those elements together.
And then when pushing this case together as a whole, is that where the common sense analysis that you were talking about?
And that's what I meant by that. You have to look at it globally, not microscopically at one thing. Because even I would agree, no, you wouldn't arrest someone on one thing, on any case.
There was discussions about why you didn't look at this as a self-defense case. And when you are investigating self-defense cases, are you generally dealing with someone that is shot in the back?
In the back of the head, no, sir. No, sir.
Are you dealing with individuals whose body has been hidden for over 2 years?
Never.
When you're dealing with self-defense types of allegations, are they normally reported to law enforcement?
In my experience, they've always been reported.
We didn't consider self-defense because it was in the back of the head.
Circumstances and all the evidence from all the various sources that you reviewed, is that why that you excluded self-defense as a potential issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to getting records for individuals, the Facebook records and other records obtained in this case, were many of those obtained by search warrant?
Yes.
And when we talk about a search warrant, what has to go into a search warrant?
Probable cause.
Meaning what?
We have to have a reason, a probable cause reason, to look into that person's personal stuff, their Facebook records, their phone records, whatever.
And there are prohibitions from law enforcement just getting records from anybody that they might want to get records from.
Correct.
Do you have to then, when you're talking about probable cause, does that have to go to a judge and be approved?
Yes, it does.
And all of that was done for the records, the Facebook records in this case?
I mean, yeah, if it wasn't.
Correct, yes, sir.
But
I mean,
at the
obviously
time,
it wasn't self-defense.
Of the investigation, did you have any probable cause to obtain records for any other individual?
We did not.
And is simply Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend, probable cause in order to get his Facebook records?
No.
Is Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into James Blue, probable cause to get any records from him?
The mental illness of the 7-year-old would have to be.
Going back to common sense, if they now have a single source as the potential person involved in this, why would he give you 2 days.
In my honest opinion, a wild goose chase.
Okay. Now, when you are looking at evidence of someone actively covering up a crime, is that evidence that they were involved in the crime itself?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, when the state,
Right?
just asking you some questions here, talking about common sense and having to procure warrants and the need to get a judicial order, you told me you looked insufficiently to Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had advised the state attorney's office and law enforcement some information regarding him, correct?
You gave us his name. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in the investigation that y'all were doing,
Yeah, it takes like 10 pounds of pressure, 10 plus pounds of pressure to pull on a double.
at the scene with regards to DNA, correct?
In the house.
Right. So did that trigger your mind? Hey, maybe what Mr. Wicks is saying, we need to look into this guy, Jeremy Townsend?
No, because we know Jeremy was in the house.
Okay. So
Double acting.
we get a DNA report indicating Laurie's presence is on the ground and a track, and there's another individual that's a male that we can't account for. Don't take any effort relying on this common sense principle to see who that was.
Well, first of all, I think the DNA wasn't able to be compared, if I remember. I'd have to look at a report. Second of all, if it turned out to be Jeremy's or anyone's, it would just show they were in the house, which we know he was in the house.
And the location potentially of a conflict, correct?
In the house?
Correct. Or in the rear of the house.
In the house.
Okay. You don't know where any conflict occurred, correct?
I know, but it would show he was in the house.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on in the house, correct?
Okay, well, you're telling me we have her DNA in the house, so that doesn't mean she did it.
Forward providing information to the state, correct?
Oh.
Which I'm finding out months after I arrest her.
You have this saying in Alabama.
Okay, yes, sir.
Don't beat a
Did
dead
you ask
horse.
Jeremy Townsend for a swab?
We had nothing to compare it to.
See if he'd send it off to FDLE and see if they could get a match?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Ma'am, did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to, so no.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Was there any DNA to compare to the tarp,
No, sir.
the strap,
No, sir.
anything in the grave?
No, sir.
The home, when that
Well, there you
DNA
go, trial
swab looked
junkies.
up, it would have happened, would have been at least 2
Yeah.
years since the fire pit and cement slab was
Man.
installed.
Yes,
Oh, man, oh,
And so
man.
we are talking about 2 years worth of people going in and out of that sliding glass door.
That's correct.
And
He's the
in that
reason we came
house,
up with the saying
we
there
know
in
that
the
she
South. Dang
had
dead
a
horse, this one.
commitment ceremony to Travis Filmer, so he's been in that house.
Yes.
We know her son Aiden's been in that house since then.
Beyond the scope across, or redirect, Judge, excuse me.
Oh, you may proceed.
We know that she has her son Aiden that's been in there.
Yes.
They're on Facebook, there are pictures of parties and things like that going on in that house.
Yes, sir.
There's countless people going through that slide glass door.
Yes, sir.
Would there be any evidentiary benefit to comparing anything to that DNA?
No, sir.
Even if you got DNA, which there was nothing to compare to on the tarp, would that tell you when that DNA got there?
No, sir.
All right. There's also been an assertion that the arrest was made based upon proximity to the grave, because Laurie was the closest person to where the body was found. When was the body found?
March 9th, 2018.
When was she arrested?
September 17th, 2020.
So there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, more than just proximity.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
And just real briefly.
Oh, my gosh.
You find the body in what time?
Time of day or date?
What year?
2018.
When did you get the Facebook records?
I think also 2018, I think. Okay.
So you have these records, you have a bond. Obviously, the records aren't very much of a telltale sign if you wait 2 more years to arrest Laurie Shavers, correct?
Well, it wasn't just the records either.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
I believe that she may be called in rebuttal, but she can be released today.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're subject to recall. Have a good day.
Poor Lieutenant.
All right, your next witness.
The state calls James Ballou.
Okay.
Man. Bless her heart.
All right, so please come up to the witness stand. Be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
She's like, I don't want to be a cop anymore.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jimmy Lee Ballou, Jimmy, Lee, Lee, Ballou, Ballew.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
Yes. Yes.
How, when did you first meet Laurie Shavers?
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
And where were you working at the time?
There, Don Mealy.
What was your position there?
Salesman.
And when, what was the context of the meeting that you had at the Chevrolet dealership with Laurie Shavers?
They were buying a truck.
Buying a truck. How you doing,
Her
Jimmy?
and her old man.
What truck you looking for today?
It's Mr. Shaver.
Where's her old
Michael
man?
Shaver, yeah.
Looking for a truck?
What kind of truck was she looking at?
I think it was Silverado. Chevy.
Silverado?
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle that first time that they went to the dealership?
No.
Did there come a time that she returned to the dealership?
Yes.
And when she returned to the dealership, do you remember how she was dressed?
Short shorts,
She looked like
cowboy
a
boots
hoe.
on.
She had on some Daisy Dukes,
And
cowboy boots.
was her husband with her?
No.
And what was the purpose of her coming that second time?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you. It was something to do with we owed them something or something for the truck, I
Did they end
believe.
up purchasing a vehicle?
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah.
After that purchase had been completed, did you end up texting with Laurie Shaver back and forth?
Yeah, about the truck and all.
And at some point, did those text messages move on to something other than just the truck purchase?
Yeah.
Did you end up having a physical relationship with the defendant?
Yeah. Me and my girlfriend split up. Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
Oh my gosh. Hey, you want me to take another trip for a test drive? I'm coming on down there in my shorty shorts, my Daisy Dukes, and my cowgirl boots. I want to test drive me another Silverado. How you doing? Oh my gosh, y'all. Look at it. Oh, get that gum at your mouth. Oh man. How you doing? How you doing? Jeez. See, I don't consider Florida the South, but let me tell you, this has been funny. But my Augie dog's looking at me like, what in the heck is she on? He is, man. He is definitely a good old boy. Hey y'all, I'm Jimmy. How you doing? This
Please proceed.
End up having a physical relationship with Laurie Shaver.
Yes, after me and my old lady split up.
and me and my old lady.
And,
Yep, my old lady right here.
You had mentioned something about split up. You were still married at that time.
No, we wasn't married at that time. No,
What was the relationship status?
we've been together for, well, me and my wife has been together since 2001.
Okay.
So yeah,
At the time you started the physical relationship with Laurie Shaver, what was your relationship?
it was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon.
I'm sorry, what was your relationship
I
with your
reckon.
wife?
It was
Golly, y'all.
girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon you'd say,
I
before we
reckon.
get married. I mean,
Now, the
Y'all think I'm
relationship that you had with Miss Shaver, how long did that last?
not long at all. Not long at all.
And
Long enough to pay off that
who
extended
went?
warranty.
I did.
Did she want more out of the relationship than you did?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Sidebar, please. Come on.
Oh my gosh. I was trying to get her to get that extended warranty and that Silverado package. She wasn't into it. She wanted more than that, and I was like, "No, honey, I can't give you more." She wanted that trim package, and I was like, "No, I can't add that. I gotta dip out, get back with my old lady." I figured out the grass wasn't greener on the other side. Realized my old lady was good. She was fine. Jimmy Lee Baloo. Jimmy
Did
Lee.
she want more out of this relationship than you did?
Yeah.
And where would the physical acts between you and Laurie Shaver occur?
At her house.
And what time of day would they occur?
Oh, I don't know. It's just been years, man.
Do you remember she was working in an office or remotely at that time?
She wasn't working in no office.
She wasn't working in no office.
And when was the last time that you had any contact with either Laurie Shaver or Michael Shaver?
It was before the summer was up, so it was. I only was probably a month and a half. Probably I'd say June, July. I guess July or August would have been in 2014 was the last contact.
After the relationship between you and Laurie Shaver ended in 2014,
yeah,
was there a time frame that Michael Shaver actually reached out to you to ask for help with something?
Probably about a month later, if not right close to it, he called me and said Laurie's trying to kill herself or she's trying to do something like that, and I said,
All right. Sustained.
Without getting into anything.
Okay.
He reached out and asked for help.
Yeah, and I told him that's between y'all. And
did you have any contact with either of them after that?
No.
Have you ever gone back over to the Shaver residence after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Judge, we approach, please.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
What? Why is Michael reaching out to Jimmy Lee? I'm confused. Why is Michael reaching out to Jimmy Lee? Because Laurie's talking about. I don't know what's happening. So she was having an affair with Jimmy Lee while Michael was alive. Oh, lordy. That's a hot mess. clearly she's too much of a narcissist to actually follow through with something like that. Ah, yeah, right, because he wasn't living there for like a year. Yeah. Who wrote that song? Who had that? Who did that song? Travis Tritt. Is that Travis Tritt? Call someone who cares. Yeah.
All right,
Here's
ladies and
Porter.
gentlemen of the jury, the court would instruct the jurors to disregard any testimony dealing with violence as testified to by Mr. Ballou. All right, is that satisfactory to the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'd already said no further.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Right, Kirsten? Like, who was she not? I'm telling you, I think she she was with Michael since she was in middle school, so she finally got to go out and do her thing. And once she was able to get out and do her thing, she went out and did her thing. Yeah, Jimmy brought the whole family. Yeah, he brought his old lady and everybody. Well, I mean, I think that judge that was involved with the jumping guy might say, no, you can't approach. Yeah, they're all going to Cracker Barrel after this. Yeah, he did. He ended up pleading guilty. I hate that too, because that judge had to sit there across from him and testify. She was near tears. I really, though, did not think that they would be able to get him on attempted red rum, because I kind of thought that was a stretch, to be honest. But then he pled out, which was wild. Yeah, I was really surprised that he pled to it, because I really felt like that was a stretch to get him for that. But I mean, assault and all the other things I could see, but I was thinking attempted red rum was yeah. But he does have stuff wrong with him. He's not right in the head. But he rocked her upside the head pretty hard. And they're going to sidebar their way into tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think he was actually trying. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I feel bad they had to go to trial, but I do feel like I wonder if he pled. I need to check to see what he actually pled to. Maybe a lesser charge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to conclude for the day at this point. And
See, I told you.
I would advise you again to
Sidebar till
please do
tomorrow.
not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Should you see the attorneys out and about, please do not speak with them. If they ignore you, they are following the law and doing as they are instructed. Please do not research the case. Please do not view any media or read any articles about the case.
Yes.
And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Jury Assembly Room. Have a nice night. Thank you.
8 o'clock, y'all. I did not make it this morning either. What? Like, look at her. That's just weird. That's just weird. Oh, all right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll see what happens. 2 tests, multiple choice, and essay. I always took essays. Oh, I like essays. Funny, I swear. All right, get some sleep, Kirsten. I will see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully my boyfriend will wake me up this time, since I got started late today. All right, bye y'all. See you in the morning. I'm waiting on my soup, Brandy. Oh, stop. Yeah, I'll think about it.